could have everything in it to get rid of.
Get rid of, you got it, thank you.
Oh, I. Yeah, you gotta go like that inside.
Evening, it is 6:31 PM, and I would like to call the March 16th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Niles, Maine District Library to order. Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick,
Here.
trustee Schoenfeld. Here. Trustee Makula,
Here.
trustee Rosansky.
Here.
Trustee Olson,
Here.
trustee Keen.
Here. Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda is public comment. At this time, I will reiterate our board meetings rules. As the board president and
Point of
presiding
order.
officer,
Excuse me.
it is my responsibility
Point of
to
order. You
preserve
should
and
stop and
maintain
listen.
decorum
Oh,
at
you
all
do not
times.
follow the rules.
Excuse me, trustee Olson, you
Well, you should
cannot,
acknowledge
you
me when
cannot
I say
interrupt
point of
the
order.
president when she's speaking. Point of order does not apply.
Call
Yes,
for
it
order
does.
of the day then,
It
Carolyn.
does.
Call
As the
for
board
orders of the
president,
day.
presiding officer, it is my responsibility
I
to
call for the
preserve
orders
and
of the day.
maintain decorum at all times during official meetings
I
of the
call for
library
orders of
board.
the day. You know what that means?
What would you like to
You
do?
need to stop, that's what it means.
Okay, and what would you like to do after I
We need to
stop?
do public comment.
No, we do not.
I'm calling for rules of the day.
Okay,
That means you need to stop and
no,
follow the
you do
agenda.
not.
Would
I'm
you like to
following,
stop it
I'm
right
following the
now?
agenda.
No, you're not. It's
Yes,
not
I
on the
am.
agenda.
Here's the part you don't understand. The president presides over the meeting. That means she
But the
speaks to the
president
public.
does not
and
make
she
up
speaks
the
to you.
rules.
Call the attorney.
No,
And please stop interrupting me.
no, I won't, and I won't. sit
As
down
the
either.
board
Explain
president
to
and
her what it
presiding
means,
officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain decorum at all times during official meetings
Call
of the
for orders
library
of the
board.
days. By use of
As
this motion,
such-
a
as
single member
such-
can require the assembly
As
to
such,
follow the
this
order of
board
business.
Will not tolerate
Follow the
outbursts.
order of the agenda. It's right here. You call the lawyer.
Yes.
Good. Put him on speakerphone so we can all hear it.
Go spend the money, spend the money.
Absolutely. I'm not playing any of these games. If you
No.
want to leave, leave. As the board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility, and these are
Call the
all
lawyer.
taken from Robert's
Your
Rules of Order.
responsibility
So
is
is
to
what we
follow
are
the
taking
rules.
from Robert's
As the-
rules. But you don't
As board
accept
president
our
and
version of
presiding
Robert's rules,
officer, it
only
is
your
my
own.
responsibility to preserve and maintain decorum
Okay, I'll
at
call
all
him then.
times
Yeah,
during
call the attorney.
official meetings of the
Christie
library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and interruptions during our meetings. I am asking that each member of the public respect that and to conduct yourself accordingly. If on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting, or you persist in disorderly disruptive conduct, I will have you removed from the meeting. Public participation
You're
and
the one
comment
that
will be
needs to be
permitted during
removed.
the public comment. portion of the agenda consistent with library rules.
Blah, blah, blah.
Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me as the board president the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers
Up to the president.
who fail to adhere the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other
God.
rules as may be necessary for the efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. Thank you.
You're not welcome.
Including the presiding officer.
Trustee Rosansky, you
You
are
have a
out of
problem?
order.
You've been out of order
Cindy,
since you opened
please
your
call.
mouth.
Cindy,
Elliot
please call.
Osherman,
So, come on.
Good evening, Board. My name is Elliot Osherman. I am with the Committee Against the Retention of the Three Snoozes. All of the following remarks and comments are addressed to the entirety of the Board. I have, as I have in the last three sessions of public comments, provided a written copy in advance to the Executive Director and to each of the Board members. Before I get to the gist of my comments, which is further edification of Board members, I would like to repeat my 9 declarative statements. I will neither be silenced nor interrupted. We will neither be silenced nor interrupted. The community will neither be silenced nor interrupted. I will remember this. We will remember this. I know you're all wondering what I just did. I'll explain in a moment. The community will remember this. I will vote on April 4th, 2023 against the retention of the three snoozes. We will vote on April 4th, 2023 against the retention of the three snoozes. The community will vote on April 4th, 2023 against the retention of the three snoozes. What I just gave your president is a letter. It says attention and respect. Your board president refuses to pay one and demands the other. I cannot compel nor demand her to pay attention. And there she goes again. Lack of it is rudeness, as I mentioned previously. And similarly, she cannot compel nor demand respect. As I have said previously, respect is earned, not given. As I have in the past, I will try to fulfill the library mission statement to engage, inform, enrich, and educate. I would like to enrich the vocabulary of the board members. The first term is collaborate. 2 definitions: work jointly on an activity, especially to produce or create something, or cooperate traitorously with an enemy. In the library website is a section of board members in which there's a photograph, the name and position, the term expiration date, contact info, then 3 opportunities for comment. Name 3 words that describe you. Name 3 words that describe our library. Why did you want to be a trustee? One response was, I became a trustee to provide a viable, sustainable library through collaboration with staff, residents, and trustees. I'm not going to indicate which current board member provided this answer, but it might be obvious in a moment. One example of collaboration would be if a board member requested that a given item be on a future agenda, and the president put it on the next meeting's agenda. Let's go to the proposed minutes of the February 16th meeting and see what happened under other. Trustee Rosansky requested for next month's agenda, staffing/temporary hiring freeze. Trustee Olson requested for next month's agenda to end hiring freeze and discussion regarding appointing new board member. Trustee Keene requested for next month's agenda, strategic plan and end hiring freeze. I looked at the agenda for tonight's meeting, and as of yesterday, I don't see an item under new business for consideration or end of the temporary hiring freeze, as requested by 3 separate members. I don't see an item for discussion regarding appointing new board member. I must admit, surprised by the inclusion of the extension of the strategic plan. This does not strike me as collaboration with fellow trustees. I don't know if the staff feels that the board president, she who will not be named, but I can refer to as Loretta of Loretta, No and Shirley, is providing collaboration with staff. I know that many residents feel she is not cooperating with the community. And I think the 3 trustees on the left side, whom I will start referring to as the compassionate competence, would probably not use the phrase effectively collaborating with trustees as an accurate statement. During August, September, and October meetings, Loretta asked from staff for further employment information and statistics and data so she could evaluate the effectiveness of the hiring freeze. Information was provided before the September meeting, but she asked for further information and greater clarification in September. Information was provided before the October meeting, but she asked for further information and greater clarification in October. We are now in March, and Loretta did not honor the trustee's request in December to put the issue on the January agenda. See my definition of dilatory. See also my definition of hypocrite. The other term I would use tonight is contrary. Definition of opposite in nature, direction, or meaning. For example, if one claims that only excessive expenses will be cut, then cuts items such as programs, staff training, Chamber of Commerce membership, staff appreciation programs and events, this statement is contrary to the truth. If one runs for office in 2013, indicating that a highly qualified staff is necessary for the effective running of the library, then does not provide money in the budget for further staff development, then this is hypocritical and contrary to public declarations. Are you getting tired of hearing from me every month? I'm tired of doing this every month, yet I persist. I don't know what the board's reaction was to the Attorney General's letter indicating the need to appoint a 7th board member forthwith. I'm surprised he has let you get away without having collaborated
Time.
on the new trustee's appointment. Thank you for your time.
Kathy
Thank
Toy.
you.
Kathy Toy. I'd like to quote a letter to the editor of the Niles Herald Spectator that was titled Misrepresentation of Numbers. As someone who worked for the Niles Main District Library for over 8 years, successfully managing its finance and accounting function, I am dismayed by the inaccurate statements made by Treasurer Joe McCullough and President Carolyn Derblick repeatedly about the cash reserves of the library. Simply put, the Niles Public Library only has 8 months of cash, approximately $4 million beyond the minimum required by policy. McCullough and Derblick are making grossly inaccurate statements that the library has $15 million in available resources, which equates to 24 months of financial cushion. There are 3 items Mr. McCullough and Ms. Derblick erroneously add to the financial cushion of $4 million. They completely ignore the 6 months of minimum reserves mandated by the library's fund balance policy and add that into their total. This amounts to $3.2 million. They completely ignore the legal restrictions of the special reserve fund, in parentheses, used for repairs and equipment purchases only, and the special revenue funds collected and used for specific purposes like insurance or taxes. And these to their total. This amounts to $4 million. They completely ignore the fact that the property tax receivable was already collected in August of 2021 and add this to their total. This amounts to $3.6 million. None of these items are available for the day-to-day operations of the library, but are being intentionally misinterpreted and presented by Mr. McCullough and Ms. Derblick for shock value. Why would they make such outrageous statements? They are hoping that the false numbers will garner public support for further levy cuts, and that if they run out of the clock on those cuts, they will become permanent. If enough people believe these misleading statements, the Niles Main District Library will never be able to dig itself out of the financial hole that Carolyn Derblick, Suzanne Schoenfeld, and Joe McCullough are digging for it. Don't be fooled by their intentional misrepresentation of the facts. Gregory Pritz, former Assistant Director, Business and Operations Manager, Niles Main District Library. A misrepresentation is a false or misleading statement or a material omission which renders other statements misleading with intent to deceive. I believe Joe McCullough's intent is to mislead and deceive the taxpayers in this district with the incorrect numbers he mentions every month in his treasurer's report. He has been told on numerous occasions that his statement on how much money the library has is incorrect. But he still continues meeting after meeting reporting the incorrect numbers. He ignores the former business manager and CPA. How irresponsible is that? I find it appalling that the motion to approve $1 million abatement is on the agenda again. The motion failed last month. You should have gotten the message then, but no, because the vote was not to your liking, you have to beat the dead horse again. I find the arrogance of some of the board members hideous. You are crippling the library by not budgeting or levying properly, trying to drain the library's finances with $1 million abatement and keeping the temporary hiring freeze in place for all these months. Most of you have been extremely irresponsible by not fulfilling your fiduciary responsibility to the library and its taxpayers by leaving the trustee position vacant for these past 7 months. The trustee vacancy was supposed to be filled forthwith. The board is not operating within its bylaws, and I believe no major decisions should be made with only 6 board members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeanette Lee.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Lee. My pronouns are she and her. Why is the abatement on the agenda again tonight? Nothing has changed since last month. The board president, treasurer, and secretary still refuse to listen to the public who came out last month to say they don't want an abatement. They refuse to listen to their fellow trustees who strongly voted against the abatement. They even refuse to listen to experts who say that they are reading the financials incorrectly. Here's one reason, one of the many reasons why this is problematic. The people who come here each month to make public comments actually use the library. We borrow books, magazines, video games, crafting equipment, technology equipment, etc. We appreciate the people who work here, who answer our questions, help us find information and materials, know our names, and know the names of our children. The staff here is part of our community. They are our community helpers. Just take a look at the types of questions they answer and the comments they receive. Yet, this board continues to undervalue and disrespect them. The people who come here every month are trying to remind you that the library matters. The staff matters. Lifting the hiring freeze really, really matters. But you don't listen. You're so focused on underfunding the library that you don't care about the patrons or the staff. Each month, there's a portion of the board meeting where each trustee talks about what services of the library they've used over the past month. 3 of the trustees talk about the numerous programs they've attended each month, happily expressing enthusiasm for the library's programs, materials, and staff. The other 3 trustees regularly have nothing to say. Nothing. They don't attend programs. I wonder if they even have library cards. My library receipt tells me I have saved over $50,000 by checking out materials from the library. That doesn't take into consideration the many programs that my children and I have attended. If these 3 do indeed have library cards, I wonder what their receipts say. Maybe you should listen more closely to the people who use the library before you keep trying to force your viewpoint on those of us who actually appreciate this library. I can't help but find it hypocritical that you have finally included the strategic plan on the agenda after being asked to do so for months on end. But the plan that you included is just an extension of the one created in 2017. And the items that it highlights: customer service, which is hard to improve upon with the current hiring freeze, focused staff development, which is extremely hard to achieve when staff development was drastically cut from the budget. Enhanced community awareness, although you cut the size of the quarterly newsletter so that it doesn't have room to include all of the programs on offer. You have been working diligently to dismantle this very strategic plan that's on the agenda tonight. You don't want to put in the work to improve our library. Your only goal is to underfund it and to continue to ignore the patrons and the staff who want to protect it.
Thank you.
Steve Sanders,
Good evening. My name is Steve Sanders, EHIM. Tonight, an abatement is back on the agenda. Last summer, the new budget presented a dramatic shift in priorities, from community outreach and development to severe cost reduction. A hiring freeze continues to keep key positions open when they should be filled by now. There continues to be excessive spending on items that don't serve the community. For example, the legal fees are getting close to triple the amount budgeted. A few months ago, the funding for the library was slashed. All this has been done with an outdated strategic plan that does not reflect these new priorities. Now is not the time for an abatement. Your short-term plans are not being followed, and your long-term plans are outdated. The aforementioned changes to the budget and staffing no longer match with the old strategic plan. A new plan needs to be developed, one that involves community input, ensuring that the library is acting in the best interest of all stakeholders. You have the opportunity to give the community agency in how the library is being ran. I ask that you take this time to engage with us and develop a new strategic plan. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Susan Devlinski,
Good evening, trustees. I see from your agenda tonight that you are proposing adding a 6th year to the strategic plan I wrote 5 years ago, which was based on the community's input. This is flattering, and I'm so pleased that you like it enough to leave it completely unaltered. However, the plan was intended to be a 3 to 5 year plan. And 2 years ago, we were already trying to gather community feedback for an update. This is not a current plan. It's still a good plan, though, which is why I am so puzzled to see it on the agenda tonight. Virtually everything in it is in complete opposition to the changes that were made to last year's proposed budget by the current treasurer. For instance, expanded community engagement to provide library services to all residents regardless of their physical location, and focused staff development to give staff the expertise to work with the community effectively. It is intuitively obvious to the most casual observer that most of the strategic plan stands in stark opposition to cutting services, cutting professional development, cutting dues and subscriptions, and most importantly, continuing a hiring freeze. So why is this on the agenda? I wonder if it might be to try to quiet the voices calling for a current strategic plan by having the 3 people who would refuse to fund any of it vote yes, and the 3 who actually want a current strategic plan voting against it, knowing that at 3 to 3, it cannot pass. Another agenda item that has absolutely no chance of passing and is a complete waste of time is bringing back the same motion that already failed last month, a tax abatement. You are wasting your limited time on this planet with nonsense. Meanwhile, though we all heard multiple requests for it in multiple meetings from duly elected and appointed trustees, the hiring freeze is once again not on the agenda. Taking a look at the wisdom of continuing the hiring freeze 9 months later is not even being allowed discussion. I can only assume that you want your names associated with a strategic plan and a tax abatement, but you don't want your names associated with a hiring freeze that you know is damaging the community resource you swore to uphold. I'm not surprised you are having trouble hiring a facilities manager when you are refusing to give them the power to hire the staff they need. And LinkedIn tells me that you just lost another key member of the staff, which you probably don't even know about yet. And meanwhile, you had 12 and now you have 11 people willing to fill the empty seat on this board, and you refuse to carry out your duty of appointing that position. There are not just 2 people running, and there are not only 2 choices. You can do your duty to the people who elected you by appointing someone who may actually vote with you some of the time. But in any case, you need to stop padding the agenda with things that have no chance of passing and start focusing your attention on doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Sutherland,
Hello, my name is David Sutherland, and my pronouns are he, him, his. Illinois Secretary of State and State Librarian Jesse White opens the Illinois Public Trustee Manual with a message. It says, quote, "The public library is the heart and soul of every community, and the Board of Trustees ensure that it remains strong, vibrant, and relevant to patrons with a wide variety of needs, hopes, and dreams." The manual goes on to state in no uncertain terms, quote, "The #1 job of a library trustee is to serve as an advocate for your library." This is what we expect when we vote for library board trustees, advocates, but that's not what we got. Let's never allow the corrupt conduct that we are witnessing to become normalized. No appeals to decorum or Robert's rules will change the fact that there are 3 trustees acting in betrayal of the public trust. Let's call it out for what it is. The rational and reasonable thing to do in this situation as advocates is to mainly resist, which we are obviously getting really good at. This board is not a fully functioning board. You are lacking representation for our community with the vacant seat. Our community members have heeded the call to service. They filled applications, sat in interviews, and are waiting in the wings to rise to the occasion of library advocate and trustee. It is disrespectful and unprofessional behavior to allow this vacancy to linger and treat these people this way. The responsible thing to do is to approach all new business with caution until this board has all seats filled. You are way past the deadline and negligent in your duties. But when right-wing puppeteers demand our dollars, certain trustees jump, filling the pockets of cronies by privatizing our hard-earned public funds earmarked for this library is nothing more than a neoliberal ripoff. An expert of Niles, Maine District Library Finances was published in the Chicago Tribune recently with a piece entitled, "Don't Be Fooled by Grossly Inaccurate Statements About Niles Library's Funding." He gave a laundry list of misinformation that trustees are peddling to our community to justify their attempts in defunding this library. You know, I could go on, and I do, and I have, and I will, but I pause to regret that not enough is said of the 3 pro-library trustees. 3 pro-library trustees who probably didn't expect to get thrown into the frontline trenches of this attack on our library, but they persist, and their service in defense is so much appreciated and necessary. In last month's vote against the new business caper that was attempted, these pro-library trustees offered a sober and judicious response with their vote. It was impressive to see that even in the face of such hostile action, that they were able to maintain the dignity of their role as trustees. Such service goes above and beyond of what we elected you to do, and we are so grateful to have you. I don't know if you are aware of the number of supporters that you have, but we at the Save Now's Library campaign see it. We have been inundated with messages and conversations from people all across our community and country. But not everybody is happy with your resistance. So when white supremacists get mad and make videos about you, you know you're on the right path, not just for our library, but our community at large. Thank you, truly. Speaking of which, Carolyn Derblick needs to resign her position from the Niles Community Relations Commission like she's been asked to by the village. Her disruption of our community is not fit for the role of commissioner, much less of this library board. Carolyn Derblick needs to resign. And Joe McCullough, with his antisocial, racist, neoliberal agenda, is also not fit for this board. Joe, you need to resign immediately. And Suzanne Schoenfeld, this is the company you keep? Shame on you. Do the right thing by our community and resign from this library board. Enough is enough. Do your job and stop shirking your responsibilities. Or let somebody else who genuinely believes in the library mission to take over your seat. Save Now's Library.
Renee Sutherland.
Hello, my name is Renee Sutherland. My pronouns are she and her. At the January meeting, I heard Ms. Derblick say that she wanted to look into the staffing shortages since she was hearing about it from so many constituents and elected officials. And then we heard nothing about it from her at last month's board meeting. And there's nothing about it on the agenda for this month's board meeting. Instead, last month, she wanted desperately to read her prepared statement about how the roof isn't falling down yet and how some of the services to homebound seniors that Trustee McCullough wanted to cut didn't actually get cut after many residents made each other aware of what he was trying to get away with. For many months, I've heard Trustees Keene, Olson, and Rosansky ask for the lifting of the temporary hiring freeze to be on the agenda, as we've all been mentioning to you again and again. In this month's board book, I see that our library staff levels are down by 42.37% for part-time employees and 11.63% for full-time employees. It was several months ago that we all learned that digital services staffing level is down low enough that they can't always staff the desk, and they're unable to provide programs that they would be providing if they were properly staffed. We saw in last month's board book that patron services is down so many employees that they can't take passport appointments in the evenings like they could if they were fully staffed. And that passport service that they provide generates income for the library. So I don't know why Trustees Derblick, Schoenfeld, and McCullough are against hiring sufficient staff for that department or any of the departments, since all of those staff are people who serve our community and all of their wages were already budgeted for all these months that you've been refusing to allow those positions to be filled. Actually, when you're talking about strategic planning tonight, I'd appreciate hearing from the anti-library trustees exactly how long they want staffing or how low they want staffing to get at our library, since they're refusing to allow the director to staff the library appropriately. I'm curious to know how far they're trying to go with this. Is the goal to get to a point where the library can't be open even for the still reduced hours that the doors are currently open? In this month's agenda, I see that you're planning to extend, as other people have mentioned, the last strategic plan. But I don't see anything in there about trying to get staffing levels down so low that the library can't be open for the number of weekly hours that is recommended by the Illinois Library Association, or trying to get staffing levels down to where there aren't enough maintenance and security staff to cover even the reduced hours that our library is currently open. The new business item of $1 million abatement appears again on tonight's agenda. Instead of wasting time bringing that unnecessary agenda item forward again, you should be bringing up the lifting of the hiring freeze, and you should be naming a 7th trustee. President Derblick has been in control of the agenda every month since Olivia Hanusiak resigned. And despite being informed by trustees Keene, Olson, and Rosansky, countless members of the community, many of our elected officials, and the Office of the Illinois State Library of the need for this board to have 7 trustees, not 6, President Derblick again does not have the naming of a 7th trustee on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Trustees McCullough and Schoenfeld, in case you're confused, that is not a good thing. It's not normal to refuse to replace a board member who resigns. It's not normal to refuse to allow the director of a public library in Illinois to fill vacant staff positions where staff are needed. No matter how many times Mr. McCullough misstates the amount of reserves our library has, and no matter how many times he's corrected by library staff and accountants who understand these things, he ignores the correct information. And you can't trick people into thinking it's a good idea to abate $1 million right now when we know your budget numbers for legal expenses aren't accurate. We know you canceled the needed roof replacement, and the cost of materials is now much higher. So we know that when the work is done, it will cost more. And we know that it makes better sense not to try to spend down every last dollar that the library has, just so that we have to take out loans and pay interest on loans for our next renovation. That's not how you should be handling our public funds. Properly funding the library and properly saving for repairs and renovations is the responsible thing to do. So just like last month, please do not pass an irresponsible $1 million abatement. And if you need more information, please visit savenileslibrary.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it is now 7:06. That concludes our public comments. I would like to thank everyone who participated in public comments.
Excuse me. So we do have 1 minute and 41 seconds left for the 30 minutes. And so there's one additional speaker if you want to let them use that 1 minute.
Thank you.
Sure. I thought we
Robert,
started at 6. I thought we started at
starts at 30
6:36.
minutes.
Yes, you
When
had
the
the timer. I think the timer.
when
we
the
can
first
delete.
speaker came up, she counts down from 30 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. I only want to say I counted 30 minutes off, and that's why I was speaking. Okay, sure, by all means.
Roberto Botello.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. My name is Roberto Botello. As a resident of Niles and a patron of the library, I thank you for giving me the 1 minute to speak, and I'm going to make it short and sweet. The decisions that are being made by this board truly undermine the services, and as a patron of this library here, your attitude is certainly shared with me as just a regular citizen, in that I used to not be so active in board meetings and much of the in and outs details of the library. But not only am I experiencing the negativity that some of the decisions are being made with regards to the abatement, reduction of services, but I'm hearing it more and more from residents, people in the community, while I'm at grocery shopping, while I'm at the gas station, what have you. So some of the decisions that you're making, I want to share with you that they are generating conversation about what's happening at in our town, but it's for the negative, not the positive. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. You as well. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in public comments. I encourage anyone attending this meeting or viewing the board meeting video who is interested in a subject raised during public comments or throughout this board meeting to utilize the library's online board packets, which contain agendas and relevant documents with factual information about finances, proposals, presentations, contracts, and other matters that are brought up during our meetings. Reviewing this factual documentation in the online board packets will
Are you
correct,
saying that they're lying?
will correct the false media narratives and personal opinions. Thank you.
Truth according to Carolyn. Point of order. That wasn't on the agenda either.
The next item, excuse me, could you please refrain from screaming in a board meeting or yelling out?
If you
Thank
refrain
very
from
much.
adding your own
Appreciate
rules.
it.
Mhm.
The next
Did you
item on
not
the
hear
agenda
them
is
mention
number
all of the
5,
packets?
approval of minutes. With respect to the trustees, I would like to remind each and every one of us.
Point of order,
Yes.
call for orders of the day.
Screaming in a board meeting and interrupting.
You need to get
is
your own lessons on
inappropriate.
Robert's rules. It's in the book, Carolyn. I can read it to
Trustee
you
King
right
Adams,
now
are
if you would
just-
like.
You are so out of order.
What are you gonna do?
Moving on.
She's going to ignore you as
Do I have
usual.
a motion to approve the minutes of the January 19th, 2022 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, at this time, I will call trustees to individually speak regarding, the first minutes that we will be approving, and I probably should request, a motion to do this specifically. Joe and Sue, can we just, take back that motion, and I'm gonna read another one.
I take it back.
Do I have a
you
motion
do
to
that?
approve the minutes of the January 19th,
You didn't read it.
2022 regular board meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I will call for individual trustees to speak. Trustee Makula, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. It's acceptable to me.
Sue Schoenfeld.
No questions.
Yes, I do. First of all, we, let's see, this is number 5. To approve the minutes, since you refused to make any of the changes we asked for last month, these minutes are unacceptable, and I refuse to pass them. Thank you.
Trustee Olson.
I believe that we went through this last month. This is unacceptable that we have to read your entire report. It is personal comments that you have written and observations by you and your brain.
Pardon me?
These, what you have stated in your letter are just observations. I won't say more.
Okay, thank you. Trustee King.
Are we approving the minutes for January 19th?
Yes.
Okay, then no.
We
Okay,
haven't, we're not
We
voting.
haven't.
Oh, no, I have no question.
Margaret, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee Makula,
Yes.
trustee
No.
Rosansky, trustee Olson,
No.
trustee Keen.
No.
3-3. Fails.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the February 16th, 2022 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, trustee Makula, do you have any comments?
No comment.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Roseanne?
No comments.
Trustee Olson?
Yeah, I just have a question on page 7, the bottom of the page for approval of minutes. Last month, I know we went through the same thing, and in the minutes, it's recorded as Olson, Keen, and Rosansky objected to President's letter being inserted. Was that all? I mean, didn't we say we wanted to eliminate it? We not
Yes,
only
but it didn't
objected.
have.
Pardon?
There was no agreement that it would be eliminated. We had no direction.
Yeah, they voted us down.
Well, it doesn't say that.
It says the motion failed.
Yeah, it does say the motion failed.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay, I have nothing else.
Trustee Keen?
Just a couple questions. On page 8, under trustee reports, I was going to go back and look and didn't have time. Was there not a secretary or president report last month?
A secretary's report. No, that was
No.
before where she read something.
Right, okay. How about, was there a president's report last month?
Well, President Derblick watched the top one. Is President Derblick.
That's it, okay. And then when we get to the policy 3.10 on the slant walls, I thought I remembered that being postponed and that it had gone to the lawyer for review so that we couldn't vote on it.
Slat wall?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a chance to go back and check. That's what I remember.
I know one of them did. I don't remember which number, to be honest. I didn't go back and look at the minutes or the meeting.
What is your question?
I thought that when we were on the bottom of page 8, under the slat wall displays, I thought that that policy was out for review from the lawyer and that we were not able to vote on it.
Oh,
But it says that we voted on it, and maybe I don't remember.
so it looks like they have to go back and check.
Because on page 9, it does say that we voted and then it
Mhm.
passed. Cindy, do you remember that at all?
No, I don't remember that. Don't remember, because they've already changed them and updated them and distributed them, so. No, those did not go to the lawyer.
Okay, then I have no other questions. Thank you.
Well, are they gonna go back and check?
Yeah, we can go back and check the video.
Thank you.
So this is not,
Becky had another question.
No, that was it.
Okay, so what is the status of her question? She's questioning whether the attorney,
She's questioning whether these changes to the policies passed, 3.05 and 3.10. Whether they were voted and passed as it states,
I'm sorry, whether they were,
voted on and passed as the minutes state. She doesn't remember it that way, so we're going to go back. And check
No,
the video.
3.05, I think I remember that one. I just
Oh,
don't
it's just
remember 3.10. Yeah.
Just the slat wall one?
Mhm.
Okay, so policy 3.10, slat wall display posters and handouts. Becky remembers that we didn't vote on it or pass it.
and what was the reason that we wouldn't have?
It was
Voted on
being
it?
reviewed by the lawyer, or it needed to be reviewed by the lawyer, was what I remember, at least for one of the policies from last month. I personally don't remember which policy it was, but I remember that statement being made.
Okay, so then we will not go to approve the February minutes now because of that?
Well, we will go back. The way the policy reads is that you would vote to approve the minutes if that's your choice, and we would go back and check the video to verify.
But what are
Do
we
we have to
verifying? That
amend
we did
it
not go
first?
back to the attorney?
We're verifying that it is, as it is written here, voted on and passed. Policy 3.10.
Okay, but what about the fact that there's some conversation about that we should have contacted the attorney about it?
No,
We're
what I'm
just-
remembering is that the document wasn't here because it was out for the lawyer to review and that we could not
Okay,
vote on it.
That's what I remember. Okay,
So
okay.
they just have to
Oh,
check
that's
the
the way you
minutes.
remember it as well?
Yeah, I remember that, that the attorney was looking at it, or you were gonna have him look at it. I remember that comment. I can't say it was for this conversation.
Right.
I don't remember which policy, but I do remember that the attorney had to review something.
Well, the attorney was reviewing the updating of the incident report form, but I don't think that was on last month's agenda. That's why I'm confused about it.
Well,
That did go to the
okay.
attorney.
Okay.
Was that on the agenda, on the Friday agenda, and then it got taken off before Monday?
Perhaps.
That might be what I'm thinking
Yeah.
of. But if
'Cause
we
I know
could
there
just
was something
review
that was
it,
removed.
then we can come back to them next month, I guess.
We'll review it.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we will vote, and it'll be based on your
Well, it's
reviewing.
up to you. I mean, if I can, let me just look at the agenda. If that's what's on the agenda, then that's probably the confusion.
It's confusing to have the agenda change over the weekend most months.
I think you should check the video, though. That's the procedure.
Yeah, that is the procedure.
Okay,
Check the
just to
video.
make sure whatever the conversation was, we recall it correctly.
Yeah, so it's up to you if you want to vote and pass them, and we'll check the video.
And change it as needed.
Yeah, and change it as needed. That's what the rules, that's what
Okay,
the
I'm-
policy says.
I'm fine with that. Anyone not in agreement?
I'm fine with Cindy.
Okay, so we're all in agreement?
So don't we have to vote on it?
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
Margaret,
that's
please take the roll.
Trustee Durblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes.
Trustee Makula,
Yes,
trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Keen.
Yes.
Item 6 on the agenda is, thank you, Margaret. Item 6 on the agenda is payment of bills. Do I have a motion to approve the operating expenses of $166,394.03, payroll expenses of $244,455.20, for a total monthly expense of $410,839.23? Can I have a movement?
so moved.
Second.
Yeah. Okay, trustee Makula, do you have any comments or questions?
No,
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
The only thing I was concerned about when I looked at the bills was the fact that we have a bill for 1 month from one, not both of our attorneys, for over $7,000. Thank you.
Trustee Olson?
Yes, that was my shock also. $7,700 for 1 month for Klein Thorpe and Jenkins. I'm wondering if we shouldn't be informed of exactly what this money is being spent on. That's all I have to say.
Trustee Keen?
Yes, just to back that up, what you guys were saying, we're at about 260% of our budgeted legal fees for the year. So yeah, you're right on track with that. I guess what I have really is a comment and then maybe a question. It's like, are all the bills signed now?
Thank you.
Are all
yes,
the checks signed?
yes,
So I came in to look at them last week and there were 2 that were not signed.
they've been signed.
They are fine.
Why weren't they signed before?
Because
Because,
the invoices were incorrect.
Why didn't you fix them?
It's not my authority to fix those.
Or why don't you come in when the person who does that is here? Because maybe you don't realize, but that makes a lot more work for them.
that was
And
a
all you
sheet,
have to do is cross a number
that was
out.
a sheet that had about 40 various
saw it.
invoices on there. And the amounts were correct, but the invoice numbers were incorrect.
I understand, and I saw that, and that doesn't
Clerical error.
require extra steps for staff who are already overtaxed and not compensated for it. Maybe think about what the staff has to go through when you do that kind of stuff. That's all.
Okay. Margaret, would you call the roll?
Trustee Durblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes.
Trustee Makula,
Yes,
trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Keen.
Yes,
6 passes.
Item 7 on the agenda is the trustees' reports. The first item is the president's report. There have been numerous articles in the paper with comments about our finances and the interpretation of our finances. And I know this will be more thoroughly discussed during our agenda item for the abatement, but I'd like to remind everyone who reads these articles that because someone has an opinion of what they think we base our decisions on is not necessarily the facts about why we feel confident we can have a levy abatement of $1 million. Now, there are numerous statements in these articles, and what I'd like to bring to your attention, and I don't know that I could do this so succinctly, but there's a comment that we will be digging ourselves a financial hole. What I need you to understand just quickly is that we're prepared to propose a $1 million abatement. And if you look at our financial statements, you will notice that the available funds.
I thought that this
For
part of the
1
meeting was to
million?
talk about the
Yeah,
programs
yeah,
and
that's
not to
this isn't
disparage
up for
anyone.
This is the president's report. This is not the trustees.
Oh, the
report.
president.
Okay, are you going to give a
gets do
separate
whatever
report then about your trustee activity?
If you quit interrupting me, you'll figure that out, okay? So my point is.
No,
if
but
you
we
look
get
at
The
the-
point is that you
talk
can
about
break the
our
rules anytime
program.
that you want.
No,
This
the
is-
president's report has to do with the current situation in the library, especially when we have numerous articles with errors
Well, if
that are
you
causing
don't
people
want
to
to read
feel.
those articles and start changing.
I don't want to
things.
read the article. And the point I'm trying to make is if everyone would look at the financial statements and look at, okay,
What do
good.
you think they
And if
make
you
it
look at
up?
the February, if you look at the February financial statements at the fund balance, it is between $7 and $8 million. That is available fund balance. That has nothing to do with revenues and it has nothing to do with
What's that got
reserves.
to do-
And if
That's
it'll make you more comfortable, you can compare it to a letter that Greg Pritz put in the paper when he had a $1 million levy and a $3 million transfer into special reserves. He had $8 million. He
Okay.
transferred
This
3
got
million into
nothing to do
reserves
with you.
and
Oh
1 million
He didn't transfer
And-
anything.
and 1 million into, and 1 million into finance, which means 1 million into an abatement. He moved 4 million.
He didn't move anything. He's not the
moved-
board.
He moved $4 million with only 8 million in the
Who are you talking
fund
about?
balance.
Any president?
We want to move 1 million with a balance of 7 million.
Well, I guess
So do
you
you
know.
understand there isn't a loss here? There isn't a problem and we're not digging a hole. I realize it's not important to the people sitting here to hear this, but it's important for the other residents to understand.
Well, I hope the
that
other
we are
residents hear that
financially
you are
sound.
full of baloney, Carolyn, and your numbers are not correct. And that,
Please
we-
review the financial statements.
and
They're
that
online.
everyone, almost everyone in this room has done that already. And that's why they're here, because they know better.
Yeah, they're all accountants, aren't they?
You know what? We had an
Are
accountant here
you?
tonight that tried to get on the board, but he wasn't good enough for you.
Excuse me, can I finish?
Go ahead. No.
If
No,
everyone
you have
could,
anything
if everyone,
positive to say, like, we're supposed to
if
say,
everyone in this
what
room,
programs did you
if
go to?
everyone in this room would stop talking at one time, we may be able to continue. But if you'd like to look at
We
the
don't want you to
January
continue.
31st balance sheet, our total fund balance is 7,247,894. That was when we made our first request for a
This is
$1
not
million
President's
abatement.
report.
Just comparing that to when we had 8 million and the former
Can we
The
move
former
on?
business manager moved
Trustee
3 million to reserves and a $1 million abatement. We're doing much less, so we are not jeopardizing the library.
Yes, you already cut the budget $1 million.
Truth
That
according
money is
to
gone.
Carolyn.
Let's move on.
Since-
That was
Since
ridiculous.
January
Please,
31st, we
it's
received,
Carolyn's turn to talk.
We're
to us.
not even on that section. We're at trustee reports.
So go ahead, Carolyn.
Tell
Are you
us
finished?
what you attended, Carolyn.
Fiction, the fiction section.
You know what, I really hope there aren't too many of our younger children watching this meeting. This is embarrassing. This
I
is
really hope that my
embarrassing,
children are
The
watching
way you
because
behave.
my children have learned so much since I've been on this board. And I'm proud of them for doing that.
Can we continue?
Okay, we will now go into the trustee reports. Trustee Makula, did you have anything?
no,
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to say, not only have I checked out paper books from the library this month, I have checked out 4 audiobooks and 1 ebook from Libby. Fantastic, people. You ought to check it out. The hoagie, I think that's how you pronounce it, kits that were passed out at the second floor desk. What a very thoughtful thing for them to do. Nitwits went well. We did have a new member show up this month. I also enjoyed 2 displays in the children's department. One was for St. Patrick's Day, and the second one was getting kids thinking about spring. Thank you.
Trustee Olson.
Yes, this month I spent an evening with Madeline Miller last week. And it was offered through an online presentation by this author. And it was well attended by more than 30 libraries and many patrons across the state of Illinois. I want to thank the Niles Library for participating in this statewide production and for providing this opportunity for all of our patrons. In addition to this author talk, I continued with my yoga classes and audiobook rental. Thank you.
Trustee Keen.
Yes, I wanted to congratulate Rosie and Mary Ellen for signing up 26 kids at one event. Congratulations, that was really great. I also was fortunate enough to actually be in the library on the day that, or several days that they were passing out the, is it Hygge?
However they pronounce it.
The Norwegian, it was like a Norwegian self-care kit. The adult Hygge, thank you. Yes, so, and I also appreciate getting that because it wasn't, as far as I know, promoted anywhere. And so it was the kind of thing you only get if you actually come in and look around. So I got a little bonus for doing that. I also wanted to say thank you to whoever was responsible for adding Homosaurus to our catalog. That is a database that makes it much easier to find LGBTQIA materials and resources. And that's a big movement in the right directions. We're catching up with other libraries that already have that. So I'm happy to see that. And I just want to say thank you to all the staff that are weathering the storm with us. I very much appreciate you being here.
Okay, and I'll go last. I participated or attended the February 21st President's Day North Suburban and Chicago Library Legislative Meetup. It was online. Most of the legislators and senators were really busy and in a rush, so we got about 15 seconds or a minute or two from most of them. They all appreciate the libraries in the North Suburban area, and most of them became aware of some bills that are available to benefit our libraries. And because of this meetup, they will be contacting their staff to make sure they vote for them. So, I mean, that's positive for us. It was a bit rushed. I would have preferred an event where they really had been able to schedule time to attend, where you have more time to speak with them. But for dealing with the COVID conditions, it was short but sweet. So that's what I did during the past month. All right, moving on to the next
Thank
agenda
you for
item.
that director's report. That's what it should be.
No, that was her report, her trustee report.
Well, she's trustee.
The next item on the agenda,
Yeah.
there is no secretary's report, and we don't have any signed documents. So we're moving on to the treasurer's report. Joe McCullough. Trustee McCullough, please.
February is the 8th month of the budget year. At the close of the month, we had $11,925,372 in cash and investments. We received $937,487 in property tax revenue. We also had $17,429 in other revenue and investment income for a total of $954,916 in revenue. I understand the first 2 weeks of this month, we also received another over $1 million in property tax revenue for our in our account. Salaries in February were $248,212, and employee benefits were $53,299 for a total of $301,511. Library materials purchased were $34,267. In this budget year, we have purchased $391,749 in materials. Library operating expenses for February were $18,300. General and administrative expense was $12,982. Utility costs for February were $9,144. Building and equipment maintenance was $8,620. Total expenditures for February are $404,448. So far for our budget year, our expenditures are $3,813,561. We are $414,960 under budget.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is
We have comments.
Or do we vote on anything with that? Or that, I don't remember.
No, but we get the chance to talk, have questions or comments, don't we?
Financial report.
comments on the
No.
financial report. Schoenfeld. That's Rosansky.
The only comment I have is when I see the escalating legal fees is that if there is some way we can cut it back, even though you did put an extra 500,000, please, let's consider it.
So far this year, we've spent
246% of the budget on legal fees.
we
Is there anything else you want to add to that, Joe?
would you give me a chance to speak?
He's trying to speak.
Can I speak, please?
Talk.
So far this year, we spent $104,393. 104,000. And it's eight months of the year is completed. A lot of this has to do with the union negotiation.
Not all of it, Joe.
Not all of
The
it.
700, just the month of January, had nothing to do with the
I
union.
have nothing to do with hiring or putting out requests for legal services.
Except for when you sue me.
That, the library's not
Excuse me,
paying for it.
excuse me, could we please
The
stay on
library,
track?
the insurance is paying
Could
for
we
that, not the
please
library.
stay on track? That is not the subject.
So you're right, it is $104,393, but that is still 261% of the budget allocated for that. It's right here on where you read from.
It is.
Yep.
Congratulations.
I'm not spending it. I'm not calling the attorney. I see the legal bills.
I can't
You
even
have
understand
a
how you
lot
can
of
look me in the face.
Attorney hours are on your back.
No, they're
No,
not.
they're
Yes, they
not,
are.
Joe.
Okay, this is out of control. All right, we're done. We're moving on. Did you have any other questions or comments
bet I
at this
do.
point? Please continue. And if you could try not to be as derogatory, we may not be able to eliminate.
If you could
exactly
try to be
what-
more fair, then I
wasn't
will go
being
with that.
derogatory.
I think, Diane, it might be still your turn.
Diane, you going to say something?
No. Yeah, didn't we hire an accounting firm? And did they have anything to do with any of this?
Yes, they prepared they reconciled the bank accounts and they oversaw the preparation of these documents.
And is that all they will ever do every month?
No, I don't think that's all they're going to be doing. They'll be involved in some of the, I think it's called costing of the union proposals. And things like that. So we know how much that is involved in that fluctuation of that needs accounting analysis.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Yes. Page 21, the first one, where we have miscellaneous of a minus of $7,892. I would like to know what that is for.
So that is a correcting entry because as you remember last month, the passports were being charged to miscellaneous, and that was for 2 months when we went back and made that correction. So now there's a passports is 13,000. That includes the current month and the adjustment, January, February adjustment for that. And so that's a journal entry to make that correction.
Thank you. And then the other one was on page, the one for repairs. It's
Repairs and
page
maintenance.
25, repairs and improvements.
Again, that was an entry for the snow removal service was charged to contractual maintenance.
All right.
And it should have been, so it was debited from repairs and improvements and charged to contractual was in the wrong account.
And just in case not everyone was able to hear me, we did have someone in the room tonight who made a public comment and did apply for the trustee vacancy that is an accountant, but that wasn't good enough for some people. So instead of having an accountant on the board, we have no one. Just again, to reiterate the fact that month after month, it is being brought to the attention of the board that the financials are being misrepresented. It's not just people you don't like who are telling you this. It is also the director last month told you the same thing, but you didn't want to listen to her either. You cannot take into account things like the special reserves and the special revenues and we have to have the minimum fund balance, and we shouldn't be including taxes receivable because they were already received. So it's not what you guys are saying, and a lot of people don't believe it.
In response to that.
You don't get to respond to that.
Yes, I
That's
do.
it.
Yes,
And I
I
can
do.
respond to you after you're
You can
done
always
too.
respond to any comment made by a
Oh,
trustee.
President?
In
Oh,
response to
President.
that, as I just stated, we are not talking about revenues or reserves when we are considering the available fund balance. We're talking about the general fund, which excludes those. And we know that we spent or we received taxes that were spent. We're also talking about the taxes we will be receiving in March, which is an addition. So you keep mixing the figures.
No, I don't.
Yes,
Okay,
there's
right.
different ways to look at this until you want
Right.
to look
So
at
I
the
have my
balance sheet.
way and you have your way.
Read the balance sheet
No,
for
I've
the
done that.
adjusted, for
Let's
the
move
fund
on.
balance.
Let's move on, President.
I mean, I can't help, I
Let's
can't
move
help,
along this one.
I can't teach you the facts if you refuse to, if you want to just
It's
talk
because
about.
they're not
two different
facts.
things.
They're your facts
Okay,
and
the
they're not
next-
right.
The next point I want to bring up
Truth according
is
to
regarding
Carolyn.
the legal fees, where it says that we're over 261%. Now, we're well aware that the budget appropriation column was increased
Yes, we
to
are.
handle all of this.
Right.
So actually, the 261% isn't
still not okay.
accurate. It's not
It's still
accurate.
over
But
the
no
amount
matter
in
what
the
you
budget.
say about the legal fees, it doesn't make it okay.
The
It's
same-
not okay that you're doing that because those monies are things that the patrons want to see in materials and staff. They don't
I'm-
want to see your
I'm
legal
not
fees.
doing legal fees. Legal
Then
fees
stop
are
sending the FOIAs.
legal.
That is you.
I don't send FOIA requests.
Oh, great, then we can stop doing that.
Well, you get the legal bills. Are you not reading them? Do you not see all the names?
You
of the
know that I'm
people?
reading them.
Then you must know who's submitting the
Then
FOIA
we don't
request.
have to send them to the lawyer. We do them in-house. You would save a lot more money if you hired one FOIA officer than you are sending them out.
When we don't have The reason they ended up going to the lawyer is because of the content and the number of them. It's
And that's
a
also
bigger
your fault
conversation.
because of all the things you guys are doing. That's why we're getting the requests.
You know what? I'm sorry. If everything's my fault and you don't listen to reason, I can't help you. We'll just drop it at that.
Thank you.
I've seen the attorney bills. You have a lot of billing hours under the name of conference with Keen Adams.
Really? Bring it up.
Discussion,
There's a
Point of
telephone
order.
Conversation with
Under
Keen Adams.
Carolyn Dudley
Cannot
also,
bring
Joe.
this- We
Point
cannot
of order.
discuss, we cannot discuss legal bills. Please
Point of
stop.
order, Carolyn, that you called on me last time to provide documentation of what you're saying, Joe. Point of order. Show it.
Okay, excuse me, trustee Keen Adams, you're missing the point.
Excuse
We
me,
do
trustee.
not discuss. we do
Trustee
not-
gobbledygook.
We do not
Excuse
discuss
me.
legal bills in public.
Well, tell that to Joe.
I just
You-
said
you-
it to him, no more. You cannot have this conversation in public.
She can see the bills upstairs.
No, thank you.
Let's go.
Subject is closed, she told you, Joe.
Excuse me, my gosh, you act like children.
Yep, and we are
The
led
next
by the
item
biggest
on
one.
the agenda.
Because we're at a Zoom.
The next item on the agenda, number 8, is the director's report. Cindy, would you like to continue?
There's a new tool. It was one of the letters in the board packet, a new tool from the Office of the Secretary of State and the Illinois State Library. It is an Illinois Public Library Service Area Population Map. It was developed in cooperation with GeoMark at Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville. It's an interactive map, and the best thing about it is it actually has the boundaries of the library district. There is a little bit of our district that is always problematic on the west side, which is not showing up on the map. But Athena Kraus, the Patron Services Supervisor, has been in contact with the state library, provided them with the necessary information to correct the inaccuracies on the map. We're not the only library district that has inaccuracies because a lot of them are very unusual borders, but they do batch the updates. And so our job will be updated, and we will have a complete district map on this map. And what is great about it is that it is connected to the census data for the 2020 census, so you can easily get characteristics and data about the district. So we're very excited to use that. It will be very helpful going forward as we move into revising or the strategic plan in the future to be able to pull that data easily. Our current district population based on the 2020 census, which I verified with the state of Illinois State Library, is 58,617. And that is the number we're to use on the 2022 IPLA report. It is an increase of 1,319 residents. An update to library services. The meeting rooms are available for booking by district organizations. The meeting room policy is on the agenda for a few updates and to include reference to the policy 3.02, which is the library rules, which also must be followed when anyone's using the library, but it isn't referenced directly in that policy. So we ask everyone to read that policy. It would just be easier if everything was in one place when people are trying to fill out the application and book the rooms. The Facility Services Supervisor posting was updated with the title change to Facility Services Supervisor to focus on the core needs of the position, which is the facilities maintenance. We have received an additional application and we will begin interviewing next week. Just some updates on the IT and facilities services. The annual testing of the fire alarm system was completed in February. We cleaned 5,000 square feet of carpet throughout the library, which we normally do this time of year. It's a semi-annual cleaning and it focused on the major traffic corridors in patron and staff areas. There is new track lighting installed in the vestibule. You might have noticed. It actually shines light on the slat wall, which makes the posters and things there really much more visible. And there were plumbing repairs completed in the kids' space restroom and the maintenance services workroom. Burned out lamps were replaced on the second floor, the lower level stairs, the entrance, the outdoor building soffits, and the patron services workroom. The work was performed both by staff and an electrician. A new people counter sensor was installed also in the vestibule. The 3M counter that we had was malfunctioning, so this will be, make sure we get an accurate count of that. Rich is beginning work on the 2022-23 E-rate grant request, filing the federal grant forms. And we received direct reimbursement of $6,994.27 from the 2021 E-rate grant program for the internet access services. The east sidewalk repair, we're getting estimates from contractors to fix that sidewalk. The COVID-19 update is our masks are encouraged and appreciated throughout the building. Majority of the people that do visit the library continue to wear a mask. In kids space, we are setting aside the first hour, 9:30 to 10:30 in the morning, for those who feel that they need additional mitigation. But the rest of the time, starting next Monday, kids space will also be masks encouraged and appreciated. All district residents can continue to access library materials and services remotely through our website. Check out an ebook, e-audiobook, e-magazine, or stream movies and music with their library card. The library staff is available by phone, email, or chat to answer questions, locate material, and help you get a library card. The statistics sheet on page 26. The box at the top, again, I've compared the 2021 situation in the library to the 2022. So just a year ago, we were circulating virtual materials, services, and programs. The building was open for only 3 45-minute browsing sessions, where we were finally allowing visitors to come in and actually look for materials themselves. And the building was closed for deep cleaning from 12 to 2 and from 4 to 4:30. The slight variation on the schedule on Saturdays, but we were closed on Sunday. And we had 1 hour for technology appointments throughout the day and the no contact pickup services. So 1 year later, the library is open 66 hours per week, including Sundays. Services are in person and virtual. Masks were required in February. Hybrid program training took place for the staff, so we could begin to have in-person program again. A few in-person programs were started, and this was mostly virtual due to the Omicron variant surge. The governor lifted the mandate of mask wearing on February 28th. So when you're looking at these numbers, just to keep in context what was happening last year and what is happening this year. As I mentioned last month, I added the staff level statistic here because I'm asked the question a lot and I can't remember those numbers. So I put that there, that part-time, we're at 34. Last year we were at 59. Full-time, today we are at 38. And last year we were at 43. There was a total of 72 staff now and 102 12 months ago. The agenda says that there is the year-to-date comparison, but I did not have time to get that done this month. The program list and the project list are included. Go to the project list. There's a couple of updates there. Hit stop at page 33, which is the one with the orange and blue and green boxes. And this is Sasha created this, and I just think it is a wonderful demonstration of the cyclical nature of libraries, as many things in the world. And this is actually the summer 2022 newsletter schedule. Public relations and marketing supervisor Sasha Vasilik's work. It's interesting. Interestingly, this begins with the delivery of the program list and the text to the PR and marketing department on March 15th. But of course, that's the culmination of a lot of work by a lot of the programmers who actually get all of the programs contracted, booked, and then all that copy written. But once it gets to the marketing department, then these are all of the steps that it has to go through and the people that it has to cycle back through to actually get into people's homes. So I just think it's a great representation of all of the work that goes into getting the summer newsletter out and into people's hands. So I thought you might enjoy looking at that. So what they're working on now, this copy was turned in, so they move on to fall, September, October, and November. And here we are in March. So they're working that far ahead. And those programs are due to marketing in June 15th. So one thing this does sort of bring to mind is the schedule, right? Because we have programs, we're going back to in-person programs. It's going to put a little bit of constriction on the schedule for the program rooms. So I would encourage the board to consider the dates that you need to have budget and levy process meetings so that we can get those rooms booked and will not be interfering and having to move programs later. So perhaps next month on the agenda, we can look at the schedule for the budget process and the levy process. So make sure we're ready for that. So the next page is the project update, page 34. And here specifically is the update of the phone system, which we have been waiting for parts for a long time. But progress is being made, and scheduling will occur in late March or early April. And they are waiting to actually get the switching moved over to a new service. And the website update is another project that is coming to its conclusion. You can read Sasha's note there. He anticipates the launch date is later this month. He doesn't want to put a specific date on it because it all depends on when the usability testing will be complete. He has an update here for me. Let's see. We did have a meeting yesterday. We talked about the board page, the policies, the bylaws, resolutions, and ordinances, and getting those also on that page. And they have done some usability testing, and it's going well. So they hope to finish that next week and then be able to launch the website by the end of the month. He also provided me with, you had asked last month, Becky, about the events budget.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was 2,800 budgeted, 1,500 of it is for the summer reading kickoff, which is scheduled for early June. Some of the remaining budget was used for the Not So Haunted open house last October. We did not do the Winterpalooza or the Maker Fest due to the spike in COVID-19 cases during the planned time.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions for me?
Not on what Cindy said, no.
Cindy, on page 42, I'm really interested in the new assessive technology equipment. I'd like to know how many were purchased for the digital services, the reader pen.
On 42,
42, no. It's not on 42.
It is, it's the second paragraph.
And my page 42 is something.
Oh,
This is
okay.
my. page
oh,
42.
and for the library highlights, yes.
Correct.
So there are 2 stations. Let's see, I think is there a picture here? No, so there are 2 of the computers downstairs in the computer lab. 2 of them are set up as accessible, so they have the large print keyboard and they have, I don't know what else they have. The mouse. And some software, I believe that's different, so.
Okay, because that's ideal for students and teachers and professionals to capture essential information. So that's wonderful that we're doing that.
Yeah, wonderful, thank you.
So, and then also I'd like to say one more thing on page 43. I'd like to give kudos to Niles West for painting those beautiful violins that are displayed in our library.
Oh, yeah, it really was beautiful.
And they captured so many different details of each individual violin, which was very intriguing to me. There was 13 students that actually partaked in that, and it's just wonderful that the community is actually getting involved to post these beautiful items. So I know the auction is still going on. It's till April 3rd, and I hope people do actually view them and put a bid in for them because they are breathtaking. The owl one is just beautiful. So I'd just like to say that. And then also I'd like to say, I know our library provides essential services for our schools, universities, and our community, and I thank you for doing such a wonderful job. You and your
you.
staff.
Thank you.
Okay, trustee Wozniczka.
No comment at this time. It was a pleasure to read it, what you gave to us. Thank you.
Trustee Olson.
Yeah, again, once again, just great activities and programs going on. I just have to say, thank you, everybody who worked so hard in this library. It's wonderful. Your statistics show that we are really hopping lately. In other words, we're very increasing all kinds of programs and activities and attendance. It's just been wonderful.
They're all working very hard, very dedicated staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee King.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So I understand the number of employees were down. I'm wondering if there's anyone covering the maternity leave and youth services, or if that's something we're not able to do because of the hiring freeze.
We did not bring anyone into cover it. Is that what you mean?
Mhm.
We did not bring anyone into cover it.
Okay, so even though it's not reflected in these numbers, we are actually down another full-time person in that department temporarily. Or is that a misstatement?
She is on leave.
Right, so we are short. I mean, nobody's doing her work.
They are short a person, yes.
So I don't know if you're hearing me at the other end of the table. That's another person that we don't have, who does all the story times that have all the really high attendance. That's not going to happen because there's no one to do it right now, because you won't allow for a substitute. Am I making my point?
I'm not sure what your point is, but I am
Oh.
working on obtaining the information from these departments to understand where they
How long
need
does that take?
staffing
So-
and what we can do. So if that helps you.
Are you
understand my
aware that we
position.
are, someone is on maternity leave in that department? And so
Yes.
we are short those hours as well.
And I've already addressed that department.
And I was here on a Sunday and there was only one librarian in that department, which is one of their busiest days of the week. It's
But
unacceptable.
we definitely need to look into staffing and see, based on the information we get, what we can do.
And where are we at with that?
I'm waiting.
So even though we know we're
I
down all these
received it
people,
The other day.
you still have to see the data before you can understand that we need to hire people.
I
So
need
is
to
that gonna be on the
understand
next
the
agenda?
staffing information before we can make any
Oh, my
recommendation.
God.
So even though all these programs, if you look on your sheet that says Miss April's story time, all those numbers are not going to happen because you're waiting for material that doesn't exist.
I'm not sure that they can't happen. I mean.
They're not going to happen. There's no one to do it.
Well, I'd like to understand why our staff numbers aren't able to, we can't seem to pick up anything in our library. So I need to understand, maybe there's more to our staffing levels than I realize, because we don't seem to have, job sharing. And when somebody's
How can
missing,
you
we're
have job
devastated.
sharing when there
So-
aren't people to do the job sharing?
Because like I said, our numbers in staff that were down are nowhere near the decrease in patrons. So I need to figure out why there's
We're
such
down
a
30
problem.
staff, she just told us.
I know that, but it has nothing to do, it doesn't correlate with the numbers in terms of how many people have not come back to the library. I'm trying to understand this. Once they give me the information, we'll all know what's going on and be able to make better decisions,
No.
but I don't have anything.
You could say that again.
I use the library all the time, and honestly, I'm not seeing what you're seeing, so I need
Well, I
information.
am. There's a lot of
And
times
once
I
we
come
get
in
the
here and there's
information,
nobody at the
instead of
desk.
us yelling at each other,
I'm not
when
yelling.
we have all that data, we can make some concrete decisions. I'm still
So the
waiting. I've been
temporary
asking for
hiring
months.
freeze really was never temporary.
Correct.
The other thing that's happening with that department in particular right now is that, they have to
I'm
have
sorry.
someone.
I'm sorry, she's speaking? Thank you.
So in that department, the other thing that's happening is, really they need to have 2 people on the desk in kid space at all times. And if they are lucky enough to have that in one day, then one of those people has to go downstairs to the teen department when there are teens. So that leaves one person upstairs and maybe one person downstairs if there actually are 2 people scheduled at that time. That is also multiple times this did not happen in February, and multiple times it will happen again this month.
And again, based on staffing.
You don't need that. You can
Based
see
on
it.
scheduling,
It's-
staffing, we can handle a lot more than you realize, but we
No.
don't know what's
No.
going on, and
No.
then we'll
No.
take care of the void.
No, you're wrong.
But I need
No,
information.
that's not the way a
You've been
library.
asking for information September.
Thank you. Thank-
April,
We are under,
you have gotten
I mean, I can't make it
information.
up myself.
Any information you get is never enough.
I've not gotten any
Ding, ding, ding.
information.
Oh,
So I have a list of information she requested from Monday, I think, maybe Tuesday, not sure. Anyway, I have a list. It's been distributed to the supervisors.
okay. And she said she was going to talk to you back in what, November, December about that? And she's just getting it to you now?
We've been having conversations since that time, and based on our conversations, we've moved in this direction.
Yeah.
Not everything can be measured by numbers. I mean.
I'm not looking
A
for numbers, I'm looking for
librarian
information.
Could
Thank
work
you.
with one person for 15 minutes, one
Right?
little kid who wants help,
I
and it takes
understand.
15 minutes.
I understand.
And now nobody's at the desk because she's helping this one little person for 15.
I understand.
How, you can't measure everything by numbers, and you are completely.
I'm not just
ignoring.
looking for numbers, I'm
No,
looking
well,
for
it is
department
not
Looking for
information.
numbers, the fact we're down 30 people should have been enough numbers.
Exactly, so you understand I'm looking for data now, right?
She's looking for fictional information that
Data.
God
Okay,
only
you know
knows
what,
what.
this
it is.
conversation
Data and
again, gone
numbers.
awry. Are we done giving our
No,
comments?
the bottom line is that we're underserving the youth,
Okay.
and it's despicable.
Okay.
Totally. And summer reading is coming up. when they're going to totally.
Excuse me, I think trustee Keene is speaking. Are you finished? I don't know where you are.
Next is page 21. I just wanted to point out that the homebound visits are down again from 175 at this time last year to 73.
Remember that last year, some of those visits were virtual phone
Okay.
calls and talking with people, not necessarily going in person.
On page 25, I know Diane, you said that you went to the chair yoga, but I have to point out the fact that it moved from last month, it was in third place of all in popularity of all the adult programs. This month, it was the second most popular program, Joe, was chair yoga. That one was just for you.
Excuse me, is there a reason for that comment?
Yes, because he wanted to cut it, and then he finally got a deal with the teacher to make a lower price for
I
us.
don't believe that was true. He never
No,
cut
of course
any
not.
senior
Never cut
program.
chair
He
yoga.
said
It
this
used to
over
be-
and over.
It was 2 times a month and now it's 1. And it's been like that.
And then I have a question about, I noticed that the outreach, the homebound outreach is on here, like the stats for that are on here. I'm wondering about the stats for teacher requests. Do we not have a line for that? Well, it's not on a page. That's why I'm asking, because I'm wondering if when the teachers call and request either sets of books or a variety of books, if we don't have a line on this for those kind of stats.
No, it is not on. It is not on here.
Okay, I noticed,
I mean, you don't see it. We're collecting it, but you don't see it.
okay. I'm just curious because I noted when I was reading the highlights from the youth department, it mentioned that, I thought I had quoted it. But they're, basically what it says in the director's or the supervisor's report is that the teachers are still using the program to request things, but the numbers are down because they can't be delivered. And so that not delivering those materials to the schools is actually hurting us. And I'm also wondering, that wasn't an actual policy that was voted on, was that? That we would stop delivering the materials to the schools?
Wasn't that in the budget that Joe wanted?
I believe the conversation was to contact the schools and see if other arrangements could be made since the teachers do facilitate a lot of needs on their own. We figured instead of having our staff running all over, they could be here to serve our patrons. But I haven't heard any conversations that have taken place between any of the departments and any deliveries to help offset that. So there have been no suggestions.
Okay, well, the fact of the
And I
matter,
didn't think that
Well, they
it was-
did reach out. They
I
did
didn't
reach
think
out.
it was
to the
something for
schools.
us to do. I thought it would be something to be brought to us since it was mentioned in the budget.
So they did reach out to the teachers. Some of the teachers are coming by, but they cannot all come by.
And maybe if we can get a report with that information, we could see what we could do with the schools or the locations that are unable to work out a
So
situation.
it's teachers, individual teachers.
Well, again, it's a
so, but the
school,
board
it's
as a whole did
school.
not vote to stop that. So why is it being stopped?
We do not have intergovernmental agreements with the schools. We have teachers who have teacher cards.
Mhm.
And they would request materials, and when the van would go out, they would drop them at the school for the teacher.
Okay, and some of the teachers are coming in to pick up their materials and some of them are not. Is that where we are with this?
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
those teachers just don't get the materials.
Therefore, our kids don't get materials.
Right, but there are other ways that we could get materials back and forth. But I thought we would have looked into this by now. I mean, I don't hear any of this input at all.
We don't have the staff to do that.
In the highlight.
This was something, we talked about this way back in June. It's already the next year.
Well, this is where we're at with it.
That was
Yes.
part of the outreach.
So
that
there
was
are
not
teachers
budgeted.
in some schools who can't come and pick up their books. What schools are these? I mean.
It doesn't matter. If they
Yes, it
can't
does.
come, we need to get them to them.
Well, that's my point. If we know, if this information is brought to us, we can work with it, see what we can do. But instead of us collaborating, we just argue and fight with each other.
Part
So
of
I'd
the
love some
problem here is,
information
Carolyn,
so I can
you
take it
don't
a step
inform
further.
us of most everything. You
I
keep
knew
us
nothing about
totally
this.
in the dark.
Well, I don't
So
know
go ahead
anymore.
and say we should collaborate
don't-
when you don't communicate.
I don't know any more about the subject than you do. Okay,
Well,
is there any
here's-
more? that you
Here's the
have?
point, is that, okay, you want to know that stuff, that's fine, but we did not agree as a board that those things should stop being brought to the school. So what I would like to see going forward from today is that resume until the board can vote on something that says otherwise.
That was already voted on in the budget.
No, I don't,
No.
that's not, that's a
No.
policy, not a budget
Joe
item.
requested not to do any outreach to the schools because have the kids come here.
Well, there were other
That's all we
reasons. There
voted
were
on.
other reasons and the budget was approved.
But the budget is not, the budget is numbers. The budget is not a statement that says we will no longer deliver materials to schools. And until we have that, that's not a thing.
During the
So from
budget
now on,
workshop-
all the materials can continue to be delivered to the schools.
No, that can't happen. During the budget workshop, it was explained and it described, I mean, we had conversations.
Why don't you call the lawyer and make
You know,
sure?
Why don't you listen to the budget workshop?
Why not? She's charging every.
You know why? Because I had to miss that first meeting and I prepared a lengthy
there's a
statement and you
video.
wouldn't allow it.
Well, that's because it was controversial. You should have
No, it
maybe
wasn't.
read it.
Jesus Christ.
So that's not a thing.
Okay, so, is there any more that you'd like to share?
Just to reiterate that, yeah, that's not a thing. The materials need to go to the schools and from now on, day forward, they can resume that.
Well, you can't make that decision.
Well, neither
as
can
board
you.
trustee.
Right.
I know it's already been voted on.
No,
Well,
it's
can we
not.
put that
It's
on the
not.
agenda? You put the abatement on there month after month. Why can't we have this back on the agenda so we can actually all vote on it?
So the policy is 3.12, school and public library cooperation. So it does not mention delivering items to the schools.
No,
Or
it's
the lack
service
thereof,
that we
right?
did.
So-
We used to have the service of delivery, but after the budget was.
Was this a policy that
discontinued.
was changed after the new board got on?
No,
Because
No,
they
it's
did change
from-
like 3 or 4 every month.
2009. It says specific
Okay.
services offered by the library to the schools and school libraries in the community may include classroom visits by library staff to the schools, classroom visits to the library when arranged in advance by teachers, and visits to nursery schools, daycare centers, elementary school classrooms for story and reading and book talk. So that is why we are still going to schools.
thank you.
But not delivering.
It doesn't.
Well, I could understand if you don't have the extra people that you could have let go. You need them in the building.
So we can't move on to the next topic unless we are clear on this item. I can hear you laughing.
I think we can discuss it and I'll put it on the agenda for next month.
Well, I asked to have it on the agenda for next month, but as per usual, it's probably falling on deaf ears.
Okay, are we done with comments?
No, I want it made abundantly clear to the staff in the YS department that they are allowed to deliver the materials.
That's not your decision.
No, it's a board decision, but as it stands in the book, it's not stated that it is not allowed, so they can do it. If you want to change that, then you have to bring
Your
it to the board.
interpretation is incorrect, and I think you've repeated this statement enough times. We need to move forward. The next item on the agenda, Cindy, have you taken care of everything in your director's report?
So anyone in youth services, you have my full support. Please go ahead and deliver.
Yes. The only other thing was the check that arrived from CCS as the our portion of the payment, which you can see in your packet. So yeah.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you for that.
So now it's 9, communications.
If that's all you had, I did have some questions regarding the fact that the website might be up and running, and I see Sasha's here. So I just had a few questions. I know Cindy mentioned that you've had discussions about the reports that we talked about, you know, wanting all of the governmental reports on the website so that they're easily accessible. There are quite a few types of reports. So I'm sure we're not speaking about this project being completed in just a few weeks. So what do you ascertain it'll take 6 months, a year? I mean, I don't know
Years.
what's involved.
I would probably, well, this one I actually not going to meet about the specifics. You will know much more of how many intergovernmental agreements there are in documents.
Way too many. They're way too
Especially for launch.
Mhm.
You know, I think we talked about like the policy, maybe not by launch, but it's one of the first things to go up.
Oh, is it? Okay, okay.
But I think probably Cindy keeps involved.
Okay, that's fine. So Cindy, this is not something we expect will be completed soon. I mean,
No.
I'm just looking at my list of items and
Right.
there are many.
Well, and maybe some agreement about the length of time, like, you know, we have resolutions and ordinances going back to 1958, and they're in bound books, not easily scanned.
Right.
So, you know, 10 years of data on the website.
You know, I don't even know if that's necessary because depending on the data, it could be irrelevant. It's better stored where it is now. I'm just saying, there are a lot of FOIA requests for current issues and that involves current legal documents or reports that we have. Those definitely, I don't know if you need to be, if you need to have 10 years worth of documentation, because a lot of it is, I mean, it's outdated in terms of what are we doing today, or it's not relevant or is as relevant. So I don't know that it needs to be 10 years. I do think depending on the report, the years may vary. I mean,
Wait,
we can
is this
definitely
on the
toss that
agenda?
around.
What are we talking about?
It's on the project list update
Oh,
website.
okay. All right.
We're on the
well,
project list.
I don't think
So
we
if the
need
board
to get
could,
that specific.
yeah, so if the board could think about what period of time they want to have, there's, I think, 10 years on it now for some of the information that's on there. At least 10. No, so more than 10 years. So, yeah.
Okay, and then can I ask just another question? Are any of these documents, have any of these documents been affected, like board book? You know, there were some issues about not being able to access information because of some, I don't know if you had a.
Well, board book is, yes, board book is a project that needs
And that
repair.
has nothing to do with these reports. So this is something else. So this won't be as monumental as dealing with board book, correct?
Well, it
We don't know.
depends on how much time you want to go back, because if you, none of the resolutions and ordinances are scanned documents. They're paper documents in file.
Right.
So, you know, it takes a lot of time and staff to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be something that we would, you know, be a project that we would outsource or something to scan those
So,
documents.
and they'd have to be scanned. There's no software to upload directly to like skip the scanning process? Since aren't all these documents?
I'm not an
computerized?
IT person. I don't know.
Okay,
I
all right. Well,
can't
that's a
imagine
conversation for
myself.
another time. Okay, well, this is under review. I understand. Okay, then I had some other problems, other questions. I do know I mentioned a lot of the seniors who feel that that we don't have as many programs for them as we should. I don't know if they can't locate them or what the issue is, but do we?
They're not in the newsletter.
Do we have a part of our website that's devoted to seniors or senior programs that maybe would attract their attention?
Well, we just didn't have the money for the programs this year.
I could answer that.
Thank you.
On the website and even on the new website, I mean, the best place to look for any programs is when you use a calendar where there are like filters of age groups and the type of program they're looking for. I don't think there's one specific for senior, there is one specific for adult. I think they broke it up with adult, youth, teen, and 20s and 30s. So you could choose adult and then you can choose, there's probably like 15, you know, different kind of genre programs that, you know, if there was something in particular, but yeah, I mean, the current newsletter, we do not put everything. So what the patients do get in the, or should I say the residents, what they get in the mail, is really only a fraction, which I, for me coming from my department, with everyone seeing the schedule of the work that it takes to do it, we have no problem doing it for a few more extra pages to make sure that everybody in the community is getting everything.
Well, I'm talking about having a website that's also devoted to seniors. Adults is broken down by, young adults, etc. Where's the shoot off for seniors? It seems like they're not anywhere. So I was wondering, can that be part of the new website?
You know,
So we don't really, it's
yeah.
adults, they're adults and
Yes,
older adults.
is
It's all
fine.
adults.
You can't separate seniors.
So, that's
No.
the comments I'm getting. So what you're
Okay,
saying is
well-
they just need to go through adults and decide what part of the adult program
Yeah.
is for them. Okay.
yeah, that's
And
very
then I had another question. I know there have been some problems with access to digital resources, and I'm sure there's quirks everywhere else on the website. When this new website is up and running, will all of that be taken care of, or is this a work in progress and it may not be all complete at the same time?
tired with this.
When you go into digital resources,
Do you mean like the downloadables, or do you mean like?
well, like if I think there's magazines, there's newspapers, and when you click to get into these specific areas, you end up on a site that asks you to get a free membership or a free subscription. It's really kind of difficult to figure out where is the library access. And
It might be your
I know that
computer.
needs to be worked out, but I'm wondering, will that be worked out before you say you're launching the website?
It's press reader and specifically press reader.
That would be under digital services of the specifics of like the landing pages and where things go. All we're doing on the website is linking
Right.
the card holders to get there.
Mhm.
What happens when they actually get on those pages is not, that may be like something that maybe the digital services department might have to relay that to that specific vendor, that it's difficult to access.
Well, this is,
But it's not something that we could personally change.
I understand. This is only one thing that I observed, but what I'm wondering, do we have any other issues? And I guess what I'm trying to say, if we're going to launch a brand new website, could we try to take care of these issues as well? I don't know how long this problem existed or how many others there are, but what is the plan to try to correct this?
Well, every time we learn about a problem, we try to correct it.
I mean,
So
so this is something that like someone in the department, like digital services, can't take care of it. I thought it was the way the page was set up,
Not always.
because there's no way that you could change the vendor. They give us what they give us. But the fact that a NILE's library patron can't locate where do I click to register as a patron? Can we do something with it? I think I mentioned,
yeah, well, when I showed you where the button was, then once you know where it is, it's sort of
We
obvious.
could
I know,
have
but
a
for
program that
everybody
teaches you how to
else-
use the website.
Yeah, they take more, it just,
but for people who go there for the first time,
mhm.
it's really
can be
not
challenging.
funny. It's difficult and frustrating. So what I'm trying to ask is the button may be way on the bottom, but by the time they go through, the vendors request for you to have a free subscription or a paid subscription, they'll leave the site. So if as a library patron, I should be able to access these sites or these aspects of media resources, could we create the site to make it easier to find?
We
instead
can
of
definitely
buried?
look into it, and they have talked with vendors, they have
Oh.
gotten vendors to make changes, to be more accommodating, so we can see what we can do. But we do respond to issues, and when the website launches, we hope that everyone will reach out and let us know their concerns. We're doing the usability study to try to isolate as many problems as we can before it launches. And so every day he's tweaking on what he's learning from the usability.
Okay, but usability has nothing to do with digital services and making these adjustments.
Well,
It
it's
makes
using,
it-
it does, though. It's
Both?
using the website.
In the testing, the resident, the tester is having an issue, you know what I mean, that we would see.
Okay, so that's happening. Okay, that's great. I don't know how many other issues there are, but this was brought to my attention and then I noticed the same thing. And I really don't think it's funny. I think, we need to do the best we can to support our patrons who who have issues. So that's why I'm bringing it up, but I appreciate all you're doing and I look forward to the new website. Okay, we are moving on.
We are
The
on
next,
communications next. Number 9.
So communications are just those two letters, the map that I mentioned already, and then the check from CCS.
I had a couple comments on that, so
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else does.
Trustee McCool, any comments on communications?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Rodan?
Yes. First, I am glad to see how many people were not only served by passport services, but enjoyed the experience. Second, I still am concerned about the number of comments we're getting on the lack of staff at the desk, the long lines they have to wait for to get questions answered. This is this is to do with the lack of staff. I would very much like to thank Cindy for copying us all of the communications this month. Thank you.
Trustee Olson?
Nothing.
Trustee Keen?
No.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is new business. 10A, do I have a motion to approve changes to policy 314, meeting and study room?
I move to table that one.
I second.
Margaret, would you take the roll? Oh, I'm sorry, when you're ready.
Trustee Derblick,
No.
trustee Schoenfeld. No. Trustee McCullough.
No.
Yes.
Trustee Wozniczka, trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Keen.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the changes to policy 3.14, meeting and study rooms?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, I have a movement and a second. Any comments, trustee McCullough?
I have a question from to Cindy. Do we ever have people using the meeting rooms when the library is not open, like at, let's say, Sunday at 10 o'clock in the morning, or weekdays at 8 o'clock in the morning or something, and there's no staff here at that time? Or we have to get special staff in to,
How would they get in?
pardon?
How would they get in?
Excuse me, he's speaking to
Well, no.
director, he's speaking to the director. Stop interrupting.
Will you stop interrupting? The staff would have to come in and let them in, obviously.
So this is for the, this is a policy for the public to book the rooms. So that would be sort of a before hours or after hours, and that doesn't happen. Those are usually more staff meetings or library programs that are before hours or after hours.
What I'm saying is like the, where people are, groups are using the rooms, do we allow them to use it other than operating hours of the library?
Well, that's why you can see the hours have been changed
Okay.
at the bottom
so
here.
That's why the hours are listed there.
Yeah, so the only program that is before the library opens is the networking breakfast, which is, I think it starts at 8 o'clock once a month.
I see.
Yeah, but other than that,
Okay.
then there are no meetings. Outside meetings before or after.
Network breakfast, is that like our staff networking? What does that represent?
That is the Chamber of Commerce networking breakfast. It's been here for years.
Oh, it's called the networking breakfast. Okay, I got it. Thank you for that. Okay, trustee Schoenfeld, do you have any questions for that?
No, I do not.
Trustee
Yes,
Rosen?
I do. I feel even though at this time there is no friends group, we might regret crossing it out. The Friends of the Library, the Friends of the Library. Now, there might be a group of people who want to take it on in the future. And if we cross all this stuff out, is this going to negatively affect anybody wanting to take this over possibly in the future?
There is a policy for the Friends. They have a separate policy.
Yeah, but this stuff here is stuff also that affects them, whether or not they could sell goods such as books or whatever, whether or not they can reserve rooms.
Well, nobody in this policy can sell anything. So if they're renting a room under this policy, they can't sell anything.
No,
that
no,
meeting.
no, you do the book sale.
But
for
that has
example.
nothing to do with this policy.
Okay, but there are things in here that to me make me question whether or not we should shut off or cross out the Friends of the Library from everything under 2A. I don't see the benefit.
Well, there is no benefit. There is no harm. It's just cleaning up the policy.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
it doesn't have to come out, but
And on number 26, does that have,
26,
yes, which is
Okay.
the next page.
okay.
Does that have anything to do with Election Day? Because on
no.
Election Day, since we are a polling place by right, people can talk to people the number of feet they have to stand away from the door.
Right. No, this has nothing to do. Comes out of policy 3.02. It has nothing to do with election day.
Okay, that's all I'm
And this
questioning.
is just, this is to safeguard having to address political requests for the room,
Mhm.
putting it right up front that it's not a proper use for the library space to have any sort of.
But it
political
also
stuff going on.
states at all on any library property, like entrances and so on. And that's where I question, will this negatively affect anything with Election Day?
No, but this is policy 3.02. So if you don't like the language here, it's policy 3.02. It's not. this
Okay,
policy.
fine, thank you.
So we would need to go back and review that policy, but that 3.02 has been in effect for many years without
that's fine.
interfering
I
with
just-
the election.
Was looking at what we have here. And there
2017.
were a couple of things, like I said, that
Yeah. no,
I
that's okay.
question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, trustee Oates.
Was there any reason that you decided to do this policy and revamp it?
Yes, because since I've become director, I'm working more directly with it, training Margaret, who's working more directly with it. And some of these are recurring situations that we can sort of clean up. This is given to everybody who wants to book a room, and it just needs to be accurate. We have multiple rooms on the lower level, but we only allow Studio B to be booked by outside groups. So, there aren't multiple rooms on the lower level. It's really only just Studio B down there.
And where does it say that?
The
Except,
first sentence. Commons meeting room, A, B, A, and B, boardroom, and Studio B. It used to say lower level. And
I
now it
know,
says
but you
Studio
said
B.
Studio B was different.
Studio B is the room that we allow people to book, but we also have the makerspace down there and Studio A, but those are not available to people. So it just clarifies. what
Okay.
those are available.
Yeah, I also question why Friends of the Library was eliminated, because I think it could be eventually a very viable resource for a library. I just didn't, I think leaving it in wouldn't hurt. I noticed in the original that you changed, it said at, let's see, number 2, down near the bottom. It says, no sale of goods or services shall be permitted on library property except, this is the old one, by library affiliated organizations.
Yeah, I think
What
that's
kind of
too
library,
vague.
what other library affiliated organizations are there?
I have no idea. It's too
Okay.
vague. I mean, what does it mean? I don't know.
Oh, okay. So that's why you eliminated it.
I mean, the library is affiliated with every organization in the community, so I don't understand.
Okay,
What exactly?
the next paragraph then says, no admission may be charged by any group for any meeting held in the meeting rooms, library sponsored programs and activities sponsored by the Friends of the Library are exceptions.
Yeah, if you want to leave friends in, if you want to vote on to leaving the friends in, that's fine.
Well,
I just don't think it's necessary.
all right, so it's either here nor there for you.
Yeah, friends is 3, there's a policy 3.16. that's all
Were
about
they
the friends.
allowed to sell things
Well, they had the,
besides the book sale?
yeah, they're not affiliated with the book sale. The book sale.
Yeah, I know now they're
Okay.
not, but
But,
before,
well, they had their murder mystery night, if you remember, fundraiser. I think there was ticket sales for that.
I
forgot about that.
So yeah,
and
policy 3.16 is all about the Friends of the Library.
And does it repeat everything that's said here? As far as,
No.
No, it
no,
doesn't.
well, then I think it needs to stay in there.
It says that the Friends organization is distinct and separate from the Library Board of Trustees.
Okay. All right, then, so I think if you leave Friends of the Library in there, then all of this stays, right?
And then changing the times, because we open
Yeah, the
at
time.
8:30. So we're saying that these rooms will be available at 10. That gives us time for setup if there needs to be setup with the maintenance staff.
Okay, then you transferred, you took 302 library rules and just plopped it into this.
Just these 4 points that had to
Yeah,
deal
just
with
part of it.
policy,
Is that
with political.
necessary, or can't you just have a sentence that says refer to 302?
Though I can, but I don't know that they're going to get all the way to 22, 26, 27, and 28 in that policy. I wanted to bring it to their attention, but I can just reference it and give them both policies.
Okay, on the last page on 64, I just got a little confused with first come, first serve, and it's only for, is a registered card holder the same as a library card holder? Is that a different? You seem to have them on different lines. Niles Main District Library card holders can make a study room reservation, and then registered card holders can use the room on a first come, first serve.
Yeah, it's the same. I'm not sure where that other language came from.
Well, if you're talking about the same
Yeah,
card
it's the
holders.
same. Well, no, actually, a registered card holder can be a reciprocal because other libraries
Okay.
can register their cards here.
Okay,
Right. So it's only the Niles Main District card holders that can make an advanced reservation.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so there's a difference.
So say a teenager from Chicago comes in with their Chicago Public Library card, they can't do a room reservation.
They can't do it a week in advance.
Okay, but they could do it when they get here.
Yes, if it's a registered card holder, if they've registered their card.
But
here,
if they have a Chicago library card.
they can still register.
Okay.
their Chicago.
So let's say they register for a day and then all of a sudden somebody comes from the Niles Main District Library card holder, can they kick out the registered card holder because they have priority? You know? how that
No, it
works?
says registered card holders can use the room on a first come, first served basis. So if the room is available, they can have the room.
Well,
They don't
If-
get,
oh, they don't
Bumped.
get to reserve it?
no, they don't get to reserve it in advance.
Okay, so we're live, okay. District card holders, okay. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Trustee Keen?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of deleting any of the funds language either. And I'm not in favor of adding all those other things from whatever other policy.
3.02?
Yeah, I think one policy in itself is enough.
Well, we'd have to give them two policies if we don't insert that language.
I have one other question when you're finished, Becky.
No, I'm done.
Okay. My other question was, I don't remember where in here it is, but I thought I read something about you expect people to register with the library as well as online, and they have to do both.
Yeah, you're right. I was gonna mention that too.
And I'm like, seriously, is this not redundant?
Well, they have to fill out an application, which is on the website. And then they have to go into the room module to reserve what room they want. So it is a two-step process. So they fill out the application,
Okay,
which
the
tells us
way
who they
I-
are, what they're going to use the room for. And then they go in and say, I want the boardroom. So they actually select, they can see the charts of the rooms, the setup, the characteristics about the room, the technology in the room, and decide which room they want to reserve, and then if it's available on the date that they want. So
That I
all of that is
understand.
done separate.
But the way I interpreted what I read,
Okay.
I
well, maybe it's not
interpreted
clear.
it to say they have to go online, and then they also have to contact the library itself otherwise, either by coming in or calling or something.
Yes, they
Where
have to
did
fill
you
out the
read that?
application, and the application is reviewed. They go online to pick which room they want and the availability of it, what dates they want. But then the application comes to Margaret, and she reviews it, goes over it with them, clarifies it, and then it has to be approved.
But that application is in person, right?
No, the application is a form on the website. They can download it and fill it out, or they can email
Okay.
it, or
It's kind of confusing.
which,
I don't know if it's G or F now. G, page 52, reservations for the use of meeting rooms must be made through the library website room reservation software. An application form must also be submitted.
yeah, it's a two-step process.
Okay. It feels a little bit like we're not being as accessible as possible. I mean, I can't imagine that if someone came in person, they'd be told you can't make a room reservation because you didn't do it online.
Well, most people prefer to, they have groups of people they're talking to, so they have to look up the availability, they have to talk to people. So it, yeah,
But are there any groups? I mean, I don't know anybody that would be excluded that doesn't really use that kind of stuff. I'm
no,
just
they will
speculating.
call. They will call, and they also come in downstairs and get help from digital services if they just, so they can see the different rooms. We try to be as accommodating as possible.
Cindy, can I just make one comment regarding G and the statement that, or the sentences that Trustee Keen just brought up? The process is, first you need to fill out an application form, then after that, and is it accepted, then you reserve your room?
No, they can do it at the same time. It's just that for us to approve because there's a process, once they reserve the room, it shows as awaiting approval. And we can't approve it until we have the application that has all the
Okay,
extra information about what they're going to do in the room.
I got it. Do you think maybe just these two sentences could be rewritten a little more clearly? Like just say that both are, that an application form must be submitted along with your reservation for a meeting room. I don't know, just so it seems to flow more. It seems like there's some confusion or people feel like something's being eliminated. I'm just wondering if we could change the wording so it would flow a little bit better.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just,
Yeah, we
so
can
it's
look
still
at it.
acceptable is what I mean. So the process can still happen. And then just recapping on what everyone said, there seems to be a concern about where on the first page, it's lined out in programs and activities sponsored by the Friends of the Library. I think the reason, if I'm understanding you correctly, it's being excluded from 3.14 because this doesn't apply to Friends at all. They have a completely different set of arrangements. Is that why they don't need this?
Well, they don't have any arrangement. They have a separate policy. So if there was something about the Friends, it should be added. It seems to me it should be added to the policy that talks about the Friends.
Okay,
If they're going to get priority in booking rooms, that could be added to the
I understand, and that
to the
makes sense.
policy that's
I see what you're saying. Okay, so,
about Friends.
Oh, we're not doing that right now. We're just doing this 314.
Right, but by leaving them in there, they are getting priority over other groups in the community. That's what the list is about,
Yes.
prioritizing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, at one,
It doesn't negatively affect anybody at this particular time because we have no friends group. But in the future, if we have some residents who are willing to start one up, if it's not in the policy that is regarding the Friends, it will negatively affect the Friends.
what is the negative impact of
They are
this
going to have
lineup?
priorities. Look at where all the Friends things are lined up and you tell me.
So we're taking away priority because what did they have? Don't they have their own priority according to their being Friends of the Library?
I have no idea because you didn't give us that policy to compare.
It doesn't state that in the policy.
no, it doesn't state that in the policy. There is a Friends organization.
They haven't been in effect for quite a while.
But they are in existence. But what I'm trying to say is, what is it that
No more.
this is contradicting? I'm confused. So if the Friends of the Library wanted to come in here and have a meeting, they would have to call and schedule, or they'd have to fill out a form. So, and by taking them out of here because they have their own policy, what seems to be going wrong? I'm missing. the
It's
point.
not in the policy that says that they have priority to reserve a room.
So they would just be another nonprofit organization
Right, so-
located within the library district.
If we were lucky enough to someday have a group that wanted to do a book sale or some other fundraiser, they wouldn't have priority to reserve a room. And then, they have a chance of not getting it because it's not in that policy for the Friends. And if we take it out of this one without putting it into the other one, that could be problematic.
So we just leave it in,
Thank you.
not a problem.
Okay, were there
So-
any other comments about changing what's been lined out? Is it Friends the only thing I caught? Did you?
Not,
any of you
not
mention-
inserting the other policy into this policy.
Oh,
Just referencing the policy, but not inserting the language specific to.
but I thought the reason you needed to do this is because nobody was paying attention to the other policy.
No, the reason I wanted to do this is because we're going into election year and I anticipate requests, inappropriate requests to use the library for campaigning or other kinds of things that aren't allowed.
So why would we not want that to be noted in the meeting and study rooms policy?
Because it's its own policy. Why should we combine part of one with another one when it already exists?
Because if somebody looks it up, if somebody's only interested in a meeting and study room, and we don't know the purpose, but the things she's added apply to what you can or cannot do when you reserve a meeting and study room. And how do we know they're going to even look at the other policy? Like, how does Cindy?
How do you know
handle
they're
this?
going to look at this one?
Well, she gives them the policy.
Yeah, we give them this one and we ask them when they fill out their application that they've read the
That
policy.
doesn't mean they did.
Of course not. So anyway,
But
we
they
can give
get-
them both
They get
policies.
it. They get
Yeah.
the policy. They get both
I
policies.
guess I'm just
Okay, so can I have the
overly concerned about this probably, but
Okay, so the other policy is 3.02 or is that, what was?
yeah, 3.02.
And that's the other policy it's not Friends, that's the other policy that has to go with this one, correct?
Yeah,
what you're
that's the other one that has 28 rules
Okay,
for the
what's
library.
the name of 3.02?
Library rules.
Thank you.
I'll bring this back next month.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. did we? Okay, so we took a motion and we're not voting on it. You're just.
I'll revise it.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. Right, next item on the agenda is 10B. Do I have a motion to extend the strategic plan through 2022, 2023 budget year?
So moved.
Thank you. Okay, trustee McCullough, do you have any comments or questions?
I think because we had 24 months of COVID, pretty much, we need to just extend this. Library was closed for quite a long time.
Okay. No.
No.
Okay, trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky.
Yes, I have comments. We have been asking to set up a new strategic plan. When the new director took over, she also asked for something. We have followed a strategic plan we haven't followed the strategic plan since the new board came on. This plan is over 5 years old. We need to hire an outside firm to come in and interview residents, patrons, and staff to find out what changes need to be made since COVID. We need a post-pandemic plan for a post-pandemic library. Thank you.
Can I just ask one question? You said that since the new board was elected, we stopped following the strategic plan. I don't understand what that means. Could you explain?
Did you listen to Ms. Lemke when she stated the things that have gone against the strategic plan since the new board has been in office?
Well, that's pretty vague. So I would need
Well,
to understand
then
why.
Listen to the tape and rehear.
No,
It was
Trustee
gathering
Rosansky,
community
What
input.
I'm trying to say is,
Well, I'll let one of the
what
other
I'm
board
trying-
members explain it.
what I'm
not-
trying to say is, if the library has totally discarded this entire strategic plan since May of 2021, how on earth would we have completed any of it? And why would we have done that? Now, there may be some things that
Oh, there
I'd like
are
to know
things.
what they are that seem to be a hindrance, but that would not be a reason to have discarded the entire strategic plan. So
Well,
maybe,
the big
maybe,
thing is-
may I finish?
Conversation or
So
what?
maybe,
This is not supposed to be a
No,
So
conversation.
excuse me,
This is
excuse
your
me,
right to say what you want.
excuse
No,
me,
it's not.
Director,
Then it's your turn.
Director Rademacher, can you
She has to wait till her
Provide
own turn to
some
make any comment.
insight or input to this later, or that, so I can understand what we're talking about?
What?
What's been jeopardized since the new board, or what's not,
Yeah.
what part of the
Wait,
strategic
I
plan has
thought it
not
was
been
Patty's
fulfilled?
turn to talk.
No, I'm passing it on to you, but she is the presiding officer, so she can talk whenever the heck she feels like it.
I have a question regarding what you're saying. Before we move on, I'd like to get a clarification. So you responded to me. I still don't understand specifically what you're talking about. So I'm asking if the director can maybe clarify, send me an email so I
You can go back and
understand
watch
what
the
she's
video
talking
instead of
about.
wasting her time.
Yeah, no, I don't,
She didn't
other
say
than
it.
hearing what Susan said, I do not specifically know what Patty's talking about, other than she's referencing what Susan said.
Oh, so,
Um,
what you're talking about is Susan Lemke's comments today
That's a part
in
of it.
public comments. Okay, well,
Yes.
that's amazing that on March 16th, somebody walks in here and is telling us what our library has not been
Look
doing.
at what
So
is
I
in
need
the
to
strategic
understand
plan
from
we were
you,
given. There
Cindy,
are
what's
things we
going
are
on.
not
Thank you.
going up.
Discussions are not
Okay.
allowed. I thought
So
you said
I'll need to
discussions are not
rely
allowed.
on you for that information.
Don't waste her time. Look at the video.
Excuse me, I'm not going to listen, I'm not going to take the words of public comments to
Of course,
determine
don't
the
ever do.
library.
But that's what you're
status.
asking Cindy to do.
I have
She
a
doesn't
director
have
here
to.
who can tell me what on earth is going on.
All she's
That's
gonna
why
do
she
is watch
came
the
up with
video
this.
and tell you what it says, and that's a waste of her time. That's
what I'm
not
trying
anything
to tell
different than
you-
what she's gonna do.
Because Susan Lemke said something doesn't make it
No,
factual.
that's correct.
So
You
then why
actually are
you
correct.
pursuing
So it
it?
doesn't mean a thing.
Because right now, the way my mind is dealing with this situation, the two of you address it to help.
Public
her
comment has
understand.
nothing
Well,
to
no,
do
it's
with
fine.
it.
I get it. Susan Lemke came here today, made a few statements about the strategic
Okay,
plan.
that's
And now
all.
I'm supposed to accept that as what's going on in this entire
You
library.
already said that.
So
No,
that's
okay.
something
forget-
more that I need to
forget
look
Patty
into.
said anything.
Forget
Okay.
I said that.
And
Forget
trustee
you
Olson,
said-
it's your
Go to the
turn.
next one.
Oh, please. Okay. Well, it looks as if somebody opened a binder, pulled out the strategic plan, and changed the dates on it and said, here it is. Well, guess what? If I was your teacher, you would have gotten an F for failure to accomplish anything.
That is
Besides the
exactly what I
fact
did.
that even if you read what you think we should be using, if you read it, it says that they had 12 stakeholder sessions, 12 of them. They had online and group surveys from all different departments. I'm not even going to read them all, a dozen different departments. I mean, I'm just not going to continue this. You can't say, if you're just trying, it looks as if you're just trying to please us. Oh, they want a strategic plan, here it is. Done.
Trustee King.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised to see it on the agenda at all, but it really is like a joke, except that it's not funny. The only thing good about it is that it's on the agenda. It was a lazy, flippant attempt on your part to like make us stop asking.
Excuse me, are you speaking to me?
I am.
No,
I had
she's making
absolutely
her
nothing to do
comment.
with this strategic plan. I wish you'd stop making all these false accusations. It's really, it's mind boggling.
Enlighten me.
You just say whatever enters your little mind.
Enlighten me. Where did it come from? I'm
It's
sorry, Cindy, that-
unbelievable.
What?
How did the strategic plan get on the
Okay.
agenda?
Well, actually, I suggested this strategic plan go on the agenda because we need something to guide the budget. And there is no way that you are going to pull together a strategic plan in the next couple of months to guide the budget process. So there are parts of the strategic plan that still are undone. We were closed, well, not closed for COVID, but we were definitely not focused on accomplishing some of the things in the strategic plan over the last year and a half while COVID was going on. And the budget has to move on. We have to budget. So what are we budgeting for? I mentioned this several months ago. We need to know what the objectives are to budget to. And I got no response, but we have to move on. The supervisors need to move on. We need to budget. So all we have is this. This is all we have. So we can go back to this, which we did in a meeting. We looked at this. We looked at what parts have not been accomplished. And we considered what it was that we might be able to do to budget for this year. So it's that simple. It is not ideal. It is definitely not a post-COVID strategic plan, which we need, but it's all we have.
Is
And
it
we
changed
need some guidance.
Is this changed or is it?
No, this is exactly out of the policy, exactly out of the policy as a policy book as it stands. And, you know, from this, with the supervisors, we sort of thought about what hasn't been accomplished and maybe some of the things that we could move along in this budget year. And we have worked towards a working plan, adapting, shrinking, you know, it's not at all as elaborate as it had been in the past, but it is something to budget towards, something to plan.
I don't understand.
You
You
know.
said you
I-
looked at it, but you didn't change it.
We didn't change it. We took it and from it, picked out things that we could put into a working plan to
Oh,
do.
but
What is it that we can accomplish
where,
in the coming
is
year?
there anything on here that?
No, there's nothing included here.
So you
About
mean
the
that
working
you have that
plan.
information elsewhere? things
Yes,
that
I
you
have that
pulled out.
information.
Okay, so that's what we needed to know ahead of time, that
Well-
you actually looked at it and you were
Yes,
adapting it to current needs.
My only concern here is that, like you yourself said, this is not a post-pandemic thing. We
Right.
can accept you working with this since it's there, but we need to hire people to come in and do the surveys and everything necessary so we can have a post-pandemic strategic plan.
well, I hope that that can get in the budget. But it is
Well,
March.
We need to discuss that so that it can be put in the budget.
Did we use a strategic plan for last year's budget?
I was not that involved in last year's budget, so I don't
I
know.
don't believe we did.
I hear what you're saying, Cindy, and I appreciate that, but I don't feel that this plan reflects this board in what, hardly in any ways. I don't think that we're capable as board to follow it through. It says the board has to live, breathe, and readily implement the plan on a day-to-day basis. I don't see that happening. It also states that we have to commit more resources and attention to community engagement. I don't see that going through. And I don't think that after a pandemic, we really know what people need anymore. Everything has changed. We don't have the same resources and manpower and other things to make this actually happen. I don't see it as a viable opportunity.
Well,
I'm sorry.
we have a draft of a work plan as a management team. And it does not address board behavior. It addresses things that we can do for the community and for our patrons that were part of the strategic plan that we did
So for
not
each
completely
section,
accomplish.
You have something for each section.
Yes.
I personally have no problem with you actually working with this. However, I would appreciate very much if you can find the companies who do surveys and stuff for the strategic plan, so we can interview and discuss with them and get it going, so we'll have something for the following year. I don't think we should wait until next year to do that. We need to do it, so we'll have it in position for our next fiscal year.
For the budget. Is that what you
Yes,
mean?
so we need to figure out what it will cost us, because this is a necessary expense. Unlike all of the thousands and thousands and thousands we're spending on every legal thing I can think of. This is a priority, because this is actually what the library goes according to and runs according to. And this needs to be done. We need to have a post-pandemic plan. So if you could please get us the information of the groups and figure out what kind of expense it will cost us, then it can be put in the budget.
We can do that
So-
research, but
In any of your suggestions there, does it say anything about hiring employees or funding staff development or,
well,
are things that,
no, because it doesn't, no, it doesn't go there because we have had no direction from the board to suggest that that's that's a possibility,
yeah.
So this is really more sort of concrete things. It's, like, just for an example here, under focus staff development, it is develop a program strategy emphasizing quality, flexibility, and adaptability. Train staff and explore technical improvements on hybrid programming to serve the needs of more residents. It's very specific, very immediate, sort of.
And that's fine. It's something you have to.
Well, yeah.
But if you're talking about planning for our budget, we need to know what it will cost because this is a necessary expense.
And
We need to know
who
what our
developed this
residents
with
need.
you? Who developed?
The supervisors, management team.
So
I
how
call
many supervisors?
7.
And your plan, would you call yours a plan?
It's a strategic working plan. So it's sort of the
For
next
1
step
year?
after this. We've had working plans all along while we executed this strategic plan because you break it down into more specific detail on how you're actually accomplishing all of this. And so it goes into a work plan. So there's been work plans all along. This is just more of a more focused work plan for immediately what we can accomplish.
So then, my question is,
next
why
year.
did you give us this if this is not viable anymore?
Well, I gave you that because that is the strategic plan that we need to extend before we can move on. And that this is what I was able to get on the agenda.
You're only extending that through June. Am I?
No, through 2023. So it's for to budget for the
For 1
next
year.
fiscal year.
We need to get a group in here to do the surveys, and we need to budget for that so that we actually know what the residents and the patrons need.
Well, I agree.
Well, that
But the
would be
budget
for
starts in
next year.
July, and then to do all of that and
But
get the
if they-
strategic plan is not going to happen.
We need to at least know what it will
I agree.
cost.
Yes,
So we
I
can
agree.
put it in the budget.
I agree. But that's only one piece of the budget. In the meantime, departments need to budget
Okay,
for their activities.
I
for
understand.
next year.
So it's on the agenda because you asked for it,
It's on the agenda.
not because we asked for
need
it,
to have
because you
direction.
asked for it. Just
Yeah.
making that, not against you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just,
Because we
That's
need
fine.
direction,
That's fine.
So what you're talking about getting outside people,
The way
surveys and
strategic
everything,
plan, it
but
starts
that
out,
would be for the 2023.
we need to get it, so it can be in the budget.
For
We
the
need to figure out what it will
2023
cost.
budget, that's what because it would take a long time.
I'm not saying it
do all
will take a long time, but we have to figure out what it'll cost us. So when we hire the people to come in, we're not waiting another 5 years to come up with a post-pandemic strategic plan.
Well, if we're planning that for next year, then.
Yeah. To me, that makes sense. We should have already planned for it.
Well,
but-
then in the meantime, we need this temporary 1-year plan to get through this year, is what you're saying, right, Cindy?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying we don't really have any other direction from the board as to what to budget for next year. And this is what we have to work with. And so, if we can extend this to at least accomplish some of the things that didn't get accomplished in this strategic plan. I mean, I don't know that somebody else is going to come in and do a strategic plan, completely dump all of this and
They
start
can't
over.
without us saying,
I mean, we have to build on this,
Yes,
this
they
is
can
something
build
we
on it.
have.
but they need to get their interviews done and all of that done.
Right.
So they know what the community needs.
Okay, but what do we do for this year? Cindy's saying we need some kind of plan for the next budget, which is in a couple months. We start
Yeah.
working on it.
Yeah, they're working on the budget now,
Okay,
and because
yeah, I
we're,
understand.
which again, if we're looking at the budget calendar and we're going to present a budget to you. Last year, you got it in May. That's not very far away.
No.
They should just
So-
ask for what they originally asked for before the cuts would be a good start.
This is what,
That they could ask for what they asked for originally before things were cut. They should ask for those. Unless materials and things have gone up, then they could ask for more.
That's what we need direction from the board. Is, you know, to put all this work into a budget that isn't going to get passed.
I agree.
but, so what do you think is our next step?
Well, this is what I think is the next step, is to work with this, extend it a year, work with what hasn't been accomplished. And,
Well, work with this or work with your other?
well,
plan?
they're one and the same, you know, it's taking pieces of this that aren't finished and putting them over here to see if we can move the, you know, move it along, get it closer to being realized. So none of that would be negative
No,
for
it
the
wouldn't.
next strategic plan to come in. It's just sort of a stopgap because we have nothing else to plan for. You know, I mean, we can
So
plan
can
for
you
the
give us
status
some
quo.
Examples,
We can
or
do
can
that.
we have copies of that or see it or?
So to enhance the library user's experience, it was put in the per capita grant to spend some of that money on the signage problem and the wayfinding in the library. And that project got pretty far down the road before COVID hit. So, you know, to revisit that and see if some of that can get accomplished. Enhance onboarding experience for new library users. There have been many people who got library cards virtually during COVID. And I don't think that they are welcome to the library. Their introduction to the library is as complete as it could be. I think we need to reach out to them and, sort of really inform them about all of the value they can get out of that library card. You know, unfortunately, we have had, if you look at the statistics, you can see the library cards that are being purged. Library cards are purged after 3 years of inactivity. So now we're looking at 2 years of COVID and people really couldn't come to the library. And I think before we continue to lose people, we need to reach out to them. We really need to be reaching out to people and new library card users in the last 2 years and really give them an onboarding experience that they haven't had before we lose them. So this is a concern of mine, and this is something that we can work on. So this is, now we have the new map from the state. We have the data task force that has been working on gathering data pre-COVID. And all of that's going to inform the next strategic plan. So there's work that can be done on that as well. So we already talked about the hybrid programming and improving how we can serve. We're really serving two audiences now. We're serving a virtual audience that is much larger than it was. And we're trying to, re-energize the in-person experience at the library. So those are two things that need to happen and need to be worked on. And so that, I think, is something that we can do. And we also know that our community has a lot of diversity, and we need to consider the best ways to provide library services and collections to non-English speakers. Passport training, if we had more staff trained in passports, more staff trained in passports, we could serve more people doing passports. I was told today that the U.S. Post Office has decided to close many of their passport locations. So that's just going to increase the demand on libraries for passport services. So, and we can, in training the staff, we're making more use of the Niche Academy software that we have, and a lot of videos that are in there that are created by libraries and shared among libraries. So that is that. And marketing efforts, enhancing community awareness and alignment with the library is strategic plan 4 on the strategic plan. And for that, we are going to be, again, using those tools and that map to really find areas in the community that need additional outreach and engagement. You know, chapter one is a bit, not chapter one, but the newsletter is a bit up in the air with the pages. You know, there is an issue about that and about getting all of the communication to the community. So that is in here as gathering data and trying to assess how we're communicating and what channels we're using to communicate. And talking about different barriers to service, evaluate the promotional mechanisms for effectiveness. So these are things that were on the strategic plan before. Find ways of hearing from patrons who have had negative experiences to learn from them. And that's what you were talking about with the website. They're not able to find what they're looking for. How are we going to address that? How can we make sure that we're listening to those patrons? So these are the kinds of things that are on the strategic plan. And it is definitely not a solution, but it is something that we can focus on. Mhm.
My main concern is, this is a starting point. I still feel we need to figure out what it will cost us so it can be put in the budget. So next year, we can have the people come in, because it does take a while, and do their surveys, come up with a plan, and then by the following year, we can put it into effect. And if we don't start talking about it now, it won't happen.
Agreed.
So I feel we need to discuss that and do some research on talking to people. And even if we wait until the next fiscal year, we need to do it. We need to budget for it. Because it is a definite necessity. And thank you for explaining it the way you did, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Margaret,
So
could you-
what you're talking about is a year from now.
I'm talking about next fiscal year. The fiscal year ends in June. The end
Well,
of June.
you're talking about starting
Getting the process going.
getting the process
that we'll
going.
be
But
able
in the
to do it.
meantime, we need what Cindy has suggested for this year.
Yeah, and even while we're gathering information, because
While
while
we're
we're gathering
well,
information,
while we're
we
gathering.
need something to work with.
So are you saying it's contingent on that happening?
I think it's kind of important. To just keep saying, you know, we're going to work with the same one every year, it's not fair to you. It's not fair to anybody. We need to really consider having this start from scratch, where we have people come in and do the interviews, residents, staff, and patrons, and find out what the needs are now that we're post-pandemic.
Okay, so what's our next step?
Okay, if there aren't any more questions or comments, Margaret, would you please call the roll?
To do what?
To accept this for now.
Is there a way, Cindy, that you can put this, your form in this form? Or,
My form is an elaboration of this form. Each of these strategic focus, there are 4 strategic focuses.
yeah,
This is two things in each strategic focus.
okay,
Or,
So-
so this is,
it's just the third column that's changed. Is that what you're saying?
nothing has changed about this. This is still the strategic focus.
Yeah, this
and the
I know,
goals are
I'm
the same.
just saying on the new one.
Well, this isn't the new one. This is an explanation of
The old one.
the old one. This is an implementation for 1 year of this old plan.
Okay,
On parts of this plan that were not finished.
so do we have to vote on
You're just voting on extending the strategic plan. I don't know,
But that's
to
not,
include the work plan.
yeah, that's not the strategic plan.
So you would have to amend the.
Well,
So wait, I have a
Amend the
question.
motion.
So your work plan, which details your strategic plan, is not part of your strategic plan?
Well, it is.
It's not part of the motion though, right?
It's not part of the motion.
Continuation.
So what part of the work plan needs to be entered into the motion? I'm confused.
Move to extend the strategic plan through 2022, 2023 budget year and or including whatever we call this document. That's right, how you
The
would do it.
work plan.
The work
Yeah,
plan,
it's called the
including-
work plan for 22-23.
okay.
So the work plan is the strategic plan that I'm looking at?
The work plan is the explanation of the part of the strategic plan that we will focus on next year,
That you just read.
that I just read.
So that's not an automatic given that that's part of the strategic plan?
I don't know.
No,
No,
Well, whatever you need. Okay, so Cindy, does that mean that you need to provide that to them in order for them to accept the strategic plan? Is that what's going on here? I mean,
Well-
she's the director. She knows what we need to implement.
Oh, I wish
plan.
you would listen to that all the time.
Yeah, I can provide copies of this to
Thank
everybody.
Is that fine with you? Okay, I
Yeah.
mean, we just
No.
seem to make this more
and you have to
complicated.
change
Okay,
the,
so I can,
change the motion.
I can do that as soon as, I get the floor. So we
Well, Becky
we've
just
already
did
had
it, right? You amended the motion.
So I'll just. I'll just.
We had a
Just
movement,
Take it back. Just-
we
No,
had a
we have to
movement to,
change the wording.
What are you shaking
Yeah,
the word?
just, we're gonna.
So Becky made an amendment.
I'm gonna make a new motion and the two of you just need to decline that motion.
No, no.
Is that what we're doing here?
Becky made an
No,
amendment
she
to the
can make an
motion.
amendment. Becky's gonna make an amendment.
I already made an amendment.
I can't
Okay.
hear over all this, so if you want to try
I
it
was the
again.
only one talking at the time.
Well, you want to try it again because we can't hear you at this end. Okay, good. That's good. Repeated that. We could all use it.
Okay, Margaret wrote it down. Move to extend the strategic plan through 2022, 2023 budget year and the work plan. And the work
And
plan for
add-
2022, 23.
And the work plan.
With the work plan?
And the
I
work
think I said
plan.
including.
Oh,
And including the work
Okay,
plan.
that's a better word. Okay, do I have a movement?
so there, let's see. So she made an amendment
Mhm.
including the work-
and we don't need a movement.
I'll second her amendment.
We just want to vote on it.
What's the
So you-
work plan? Does it have a name?
Work plan.
MNDL strategic plan, work plan for 2022, 23.
what is the difference between that work plan and the
Just
strategic?
details. Just, she read details and they wanted included.
So
It's what she's actually doing about the strategic
Oh.
plan. That's all.
Basically, she's gonna, okay.
That's right.
I think. Patty?
Could you read it now again before we take a vote?
So, we to amend, to extend the strategic plan through 2022 and 2023 budget year, including the work plan for 2022 through 2023. Seconded? Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure.
Well, that's not what it's called. She just had a different name for it.
Yeah, she'll put whatever it's called in the thing, but basically it is what. She had a different name for it.
She had a different name.
Work plan?
Yeah, but she had a number or something, she had it with it. And she'll give us that when she puts it in the final thing.
Okay. All right, let's just vote. I'll be here till midnight.
No? We're not?
Well, can't we vote on it?
She's writing notes, and she's the one who does the call, so we kind of have to wait. for her.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sure, sorry. Yeah,
Oh, she's coming anyway.
I think Cindy wants
She's
to
right
make
here.
copies of the work plan.
yeah.
Nothing, we were just about to vote. We
What's
saw
the
you.
name of the work plan again?
She's handing it to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Yeah, it's just usually a step in the plan. Like you have this,
Yes,
and then you take it from there and you go.
yeah, yes,
Thank you.
okay.
Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Dewitt,
Yes.
Trustee Shonto. Yes. Trustee Makula,
Yes,
Trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
Trustee Olson,
Yes,
Trustee King.
No,
This is one no pass.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is 10C. Do I have a motion to approve LAUTERBACH and AMEN LLP for the annual audit for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022 for $10,000?
So motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Trustee Makula, do you have any comments? or
I
questions?
approve.
Oh, well, we're just looking for comments.
No comment.
Trustee Schoenfeld. Trustee
No
Rosansky.
comment.
Trustee Olson.
I have one question. Are there any different services going to be done this time or not? Or it's the same kind of audit that we've had in the past?
Same kind of audit.
Thank you. Okay. Done.
Joe, you can't get up and whisper in her ear every meeting. That's not okay.
So this is.
That's
open
not
meetings
appropriate.
violation. Sit down.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Who's voting? We didn't call a vote.
No, we are still waiting for comments from one
Exactly, so please
person that you-
proceed.
you can't get up and walk around and whisper.
Please
in people's
proceed.
ears. I already said,
Well, apparently
I'm
somebody's
done.
waiting to speak.
Yeah, it's somebody you didn't call on because you were too busy listening to Joe.
Trustee Keen.
No comment.
okay.
Okay, so we have no comment. Margaret, will you please call the roll?
Can we hear what Joe had to say? Was it that important to be secret?
No, he couldn't hear me.
Well, why couldn't he say that? In the microphone for everyone to hear. You did it at the last meeting too.
Oh, well, could Margaret call the roll?
It's not, oh, well,
I don't know what,
it's,
I don't know what.
talk
to-
about decorum.
I don't know what to tell you.
You need to
because-
tell the trustees they may not approach you and whisper in your ear during an open meeting.
Well, he doesn't scream and yell like most people do.
I'm not
afraid.
screaming and yelling.
No problem speaking into the microphone.
So you're not going to make him follow the rules.
You know what, if what's good for, I mean, I've heard you pass notes during meetings, I don't know
When?
anything about that.
What are you
And
talking
people
about?
do talk, I mean, he just came here, he couldn't hear, so that's all it was.
No, it's not okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry it offends you.
It does.
It's against all kind of decorum that you keep asking for.
Okay, I will keep that in
All right,
mind, thank
let's
you.
move on.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Krueger,
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld? No. Trustee Makula? You're not.
Wait.
passing the audit?
No.
You're
No.
not passing the audit? Oh, save
That's
me.
fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
that's fine.
So when the state attorney
No.
comes after us, there's a reason. Trustee Rosansky? Yes.
Yes.
My vote is yes. It's also customary to give reasons when you're going to vote no on something. So what is the plan then instead? What are we going to do?
Evaluate firms for an auditing company. That
So
would
it's
be-
the firm that you don't
Waste of
like.
Time and
Then
money.
it should have been
I-
done a lot earlier than this.
Oh,
Do
we could do
plan
that
that for
too.
next year. Can we
starts in
just
June.
move along?
Starts in June. So are you directing me then to go out and bring other audit firms to the board, or?
We'd like some recommendations. I thought that since we just hired a new accounting firm and they're starting to handle all of our finances, maybe that would be a step in a direction
You
to get
can't have
some
the same
recommendations.
firm.
I'm not asking to use them. If you would stop speaking when I speak, you could hear me. I'm suggesting they would be a possibility for recommendations, or Cindy can,
When does the
Try
audit
others.
start?
All right, so are you authorizing Cindy to go ahead and get information on other companies then?
that would be the next step. Not that she needs authorization, because we don't have an auditing firm and we need one. That's what she would do.
Thank you. We
Cindy, do you need
one.
any kind of affirmation that you can go ahead and do that?
So the last time we picked this firm, we went out to bid. So we're not going out to bid. We're all in agreement with that. I mean, we would sort of,
So they'd be
Yeah.
not following the
we had
policy.
multiple, no. Well, it's, this was only 10,000, so the policy goes out to bid at 25,000.
Well, that was the original auditors. I don't know that we need to go that high. And I don't know that we want to bid. Why not proposals and see what we get?
Okay,
Because I don't like to tell someone how much we're paying them before I find out what they would actually be charging. So let's leave it as a proposal and go from there. Actually, I don't know how you want to handle it.
How
So
many
you're not going
proposals
to
do you
use
want?
sickage for recommendations?
well, they were aware that we were using, that we had used Lauterbach and Almond last year. They didn't object.
Pardon me?
They didn't object to Lauterbach and Almond.
Oh, well, I don't think they would object, but I'm asking if they would have any recommendations for auditors.
Well, I'll ask them.
Okay, and then if you want to put a proposal together, that's up to you.
So I have a question.
So I'm going to request proposals.
An RFP, yes, but
When does this have
that's
to be
one way
done?
you can contact people. I mean,
Well, I mean, why would I put a proposal together? I guess I'm not.
No, you don't put a proposal
I know, but
together.
they propose.
They
no, no,
give
no,
you
no, no. An
proposals.
RFP, no. A request for proposal is something the library creates.
Well, I know that, but you asked,
Okay.
you said that I should go and get proposals.
No,
She
you would
doesn't.
create a request for proposal.
Okay,
is what I'm saying.
okay.
That's what
All right. I didn't hear the word create. Request.
And the audit
Get
is done in the
proposals.
fall, right?
Hmm?
The audit is generally done in the fall,
It starts in June.
starts in June. So if we don't have
Presented.
Lauterbach and Amen under contract for this June, is it really feasible that we're going to be able to find another company in time for that?
I would
Yes,
hope
the
so.
audit is due in December. And auditing is a common practice. So I'm sure we'll be fine. And she's going to be,
Another task on her overworked desk.
Exactly. But hey, what the heck?
well, let's keep that in mind all the time.
Yeah, you're usually the one who's putting more things on.
Okay, if we would like to get a little further in
Is
this
there
meeting,
no
can I move
courtesy
on?
and tell us why?
The next item on the agenda,
No such thing.
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay, move to this.
the next item on the agenda is 10D. Do I have a motion to approve a tax abatement of $1 million for the 2021-22 fiscal year?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, trustee Makula, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes. Currently, we have $11,925,372 on hand. We should end the fiscal year in June 30th with the tax collections we receive in the next month and a half. we should end up with a balance of around $12,600,000. We have 3.6 million in a capital account that we can't touch. So if you subtract the 3.6 million from the 12.6 million that we'll have on hand June 30th, we have a surplus of $9 million. Our policy calls for 6 months of operating cash, which is $3 million. We still have $6 million beyond the 3 million and 3.6 million that we need to keep on hand. So we have a surplus of $6 million. We have taxes coming in continuously. We have 2 tax seasons, first installment and second installment. Continuously, they're reliable payments. We have more money than we need at this point in cash. And I suggest we return this to the taxpayers. Besides the next budget, some of the 3.6 million in the capital account will be used in that next budget for capital expenditures, such as the sidewalk Cindy talked about previously. So it'll contribute toward the next budget, which that would improve conditions, the financial numbers.
Okay, Trustee Schoenfeld? No comment. Trustee Roseanne?
No comment.
Trustee Olson?
No comment.
Trustee Keane?
Just to reiterate, this is not a decision for a dysfunctional 6-member board. We need another trustee before we talk about anything like that.
Okay, I would just like to address some of the comments again, as I said in the newspaper, which are comparing different aspects of our balance sheet. I just want the residents to be aware of what numbers we're actually considering when we are when we have a motion for an abatement. In the letter to the editor, I think this is the journal. It says, oh, sorry, wrong one. It's actually the Herald, where she claims that
Who's she?
the actually, I'm going back to the journal. It says they completely ignore the fact that the property tax receivables was already collected in August. Actually, that's not true. When we look at the numbers that we're talking about, as Joe mentioned, receivables will be coming in March. So we're not miscalculating by including those.
Yes, we are.
No, because you're not listening to the
Okay.
figures we're using. You're
Let's
using
just
the
get
figures
this
the
over
paper
with.
uses. If all of you would like to look at your February balance sheet, which is part
I'll
of your,
run home and do
which is
that.
part of today's packet, you'll better understand what money we actually have available.
We understand.
There's a column called General Fund. It has $7,752,984 in it. This column excludes the special revenue funds and it excludes the special reserve funds, which the newspapers keep saying that we are confusing and we don't understand. So that's not factual. And something else I want to mention, and this may help put things into perspective. In 2019, the library had 8.2 million in unassigned reserve funds. That's what's called the fund balance. Today, that we're looking at this and proposing a $1 million abatement, we have 7,700,000. Out of this 7,700,000, we're requesting a $1 million abatement. In 2019, when the library had $8.2 million, they moved $3 million into special reserves, and they gave the residents a $1 million abatement. So at $8.2 million, they deducted
Who's they?
$4
The
million,
board is
the
there.
library, the
Oh, the
library
wonderful
board.
board that got so many
Today, we're
wonderful things
asking
done.
for a $1 million abatement with a fund balance of $7.7 million. So
What-
it's
what
not
does that
causing
have
a
to do
hole,
with
it's
going
not
up?
a drastic decrease, it's excessive. And that's why we're saying that we should take the abatement back to the taxpayers.
So do we
So
have
as
to
far
wait
as
for
the
Joe to come
comments in
back
the
before we can
newspaper,
vote?
the point I'm trying to make is that they make statements that are not accurate to the numbers we're actually using. This is a great article, it's just not true. And so is this other article. They're great articles, but we're not comparing apples to apples. So that's why they have their spin. I'm trying to give you facts.
And this is her spin.
And for anyone listening to this board meeting, I just strongly recommend you read the February balance sheet, and all that information is there.
Yeah, good
So
idea.
that is what I'm just trying to provide is information to
Can we take a
justify.
vote, please?
Joe isn't here. We have to wait for Joe.
No, I would really appreciate it if I could speak without half of you talking at the same time.
Fine, talk.
Well, stop talking about Tim Spadoni's,
Nobody's talking about Tim
He's not saying
Spadoni.
it. We're not talking about him.
but she just
We're
did.
waiting for Joe to
She
come
just
back so we
did.
can do the vote.
Pardon me? No, I'm bringing up millions of dollars that were available minus what was deducted and how the library was able to survive. We're doing a lot less, so we're not damaging the library. Thank you. Okay, Margaret, if you could please take the roll.
Trustee Gerblin?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Trustee Makula?
Yes,
No. Trustee Olson?
No,
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Is it going to be on the agenda again next month?
Probably because you can do it.
let's go. Let's move on.
The next item on the agenda is, do I have a motion to authorize the executive director to sign the 36-month agreement for the carpet mat runner rental services with Cintas Facilities Solutions using the OMNIA Partners Public Sector Cooperative Purchasing Organization contract with an annual commitment of approximately $4,500? Do I have a movement?
I move.
Okay, thank you. All right, Trustee Makula, do you have any comments or questions about this item?
this woman, this only includes carpet runners, is that correct?
Yes, it includes carpet, it's just 4 carpet runners, yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I have questions, Cindy, in regards to Cintas, is this, did you get other bids in terms of this, like from Uline or Eagle Map to do a comparison?
No,
And then also Susan Lemke signed this.
let me see here.
Oh,
This
I'm
one is
sorry.
blank, I
I'm
think
sorry,
72, page 72.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this one is blank.
So you did not get any comparison?
No. But we can do that next year. Now we know when this comes due. Well, actually 3 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any other questions? No. Trustee Rosansky?
No comment.
Trustee Olson?
None.
Trustee King?
No.
Hey, Cindy, I have a question. I realize that we're working off the previous administration and the way, and everything is set up on that timetable, but this is a 3-year contract, and we haven't been able to actually obtain any other quotes. And I'm wondering, since this is supposedly through a co-op of some sort,
Yes, co-op gets the
would they
best pricing.
consider a 1-year contract
No, it was 5. We got them down to 3.
Would they consider a one-year
No.
contract? And
Yes.
what about, what other prices did they, what was the comparison since they're in a co-op?
I don't have that information.
Okay, well,
I think they get awarded the contract because the co-op does all of the comparison shopping. That's what the co-op is for. And then they award the contract to Cintas, and then you can participate in that same contract.
so can we see who the other companies were and what their bids were?
I don't know.
Well, I'm concerned about signing a 3-year contract because it's obviously due. And not going out to see what other companies there are. Now, this is just a matter of switching out mats, right? We don't own the mats. Companies just bring them in and just continuously replace them on some schedule, correct?
Yes, they bring in clean mats and take out dirty mats.
Okay.
Is this the first year of the contract?
No, we've had this company for 5 years.
Yeah.
At least
Okay.
before this, I
So
don't know about.
Dave could explain all of that, but he's not here and we don't have
Okay,
anybody.
my
who-
question
Yeah.
is, and this is a question, I kind of already have the answer for it, but I'm asking it so other people have the answer. When we go through a co-op, they get bids from whatever companies, and they only give us the lowest bid.
Right.
And without going through the co-op, our price would be a lot higher.
Well,
Usually.
yes, that's the assumption of the advantage of the co-op. Yes.
Yes.
I believe they switch the mats once a week.
Really?
Yes. So having the mats saves the carpet underneath,
Yeah, which is a
that's-
bigger expense.
why we do it.
Okay, where are we now?
Are we able to vote yet? Or are we going to sit here?
I'm reading this. Has the attorney reviewed these terms?
No,
Because they're pretty strict. Well, I'm not in agreement, especially with the terms and the fact that it's a 3-year contract.
Can I ask a question?
sure.
In terms of the actual mats, can we collaborate and maybe see what Niles West use or Culver in terms of what mats they use, and we can piggyback on them so we can get a better price?
I have no idea if that works. So what was the other company you mentioned? Uline, and what was the other one?
Uline and Eagle mat,
Eagle?
yes.
When is this contract over, Cindy?
It's dated 2/16. I think that was brought to our attention by the company that we had an agreement and that it was expiring.
So we currently have no one then. If we don't renew this contract, we have no one to perform that service.
Right.
Cindy, do you think maybe you could have someone look into other companies for pricing, and could we at least, well, I mean, these terms, I mean, we've already signed away contracts with terms that have really affected the library because we didn't have the attorney review it. But what I'm wondering is what terms would be applied by another company as well. And these are pretty stringent.
Yeah.
Are you
Might as
talking
well-
about the termination?
About these payments, canceled for the convenience of 12 months. I mean,
Yeah, for cancellation. I mean, the idea is if you sign a 3-year contract, you're not going to cancel. Right?
I don't know. You know what? All I gotta say is we shouldn't be in the habit of signing contracts without having the attorney check them, because I didn't read through this and there's usually so many stipulations and issues. So, and I
Well,
don't
I read
like,
through it.
I don't like rushing through things. It's due 2/16, so now we have to vote yes. I mean, and they're math. So, I mean, if it took us a month to review some other options, I mean, I don't know how horrible that would be
Well, it is a safety concern in the back
because
because the floor gets wet and it's slippery. And
and the
so
mats can't.
the mats protect the staff from falling and other people from falling.
Amazing. So what you're saying is if this contract is canceled or not renewed, they remove the mats and we don't have any.
And you pay a fee.
I do recall
Because
that
it's a contract.
for some reason, one of the employees did fall because when we had this service, we didn't even have the mats on the floor. So
Well,
I
we didn't
mean,
have it. We didn't have the same number of mats on the floor. We added mats after
I
that
know.
incident.
So it seems like we have a lot of things going on here, but a safety concern is definitely an issue. But I don't know that we need a 3-year contract. They won't extend this at all until we have time to reevaluate it.
I can ask. That's all I can do.
You know,
I can't make it up.
my suggestion is with inflation at about 7 or 8%, we might be advantageous to take this contract right now. It amounts to about $80 a week, $85 a week. It's not that much. For the number of mats we're getting here, and especially in the winter time with the salt and the wear and tear on these things, I think it's reasonable.
Okay, then how about at least have the attorney review the contract?
Might as well. We
Well,
have
he can
already
review it, but
500,000
he's
in
always-
legal fees that we could
He
spend.
might have done it already. I mean, Dave took care of this.
Well, we can ask him because he'll know. That's a good idea. We'll ask him. I just know that when I brought contracts to him, he's never heard of them. And they were contracts that were in existence, so.
Yeah, I doubt he reviewed it.
Paying for mats? Oh. Whatever, more.
I think Cindy said she reviewed it pretty
Yeah.
thoroughly.
Did you?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, that's fine. So the
I know
agreement,
that
the only
the-
problem is if we cancel and we don't feel we're gonna cancel.
Well, when it seems, the numbers seem high there, right? But the idea is that what did you say it was, about $85 a week?
Something like that.
Right.
And sometimes
So,
less.
yeah.
In the summertime, I don't think they bring as many mats.
Yeah, so if you cancel the agreement in the
Mhm.
months 13 through 18, the termination is equal to 36 weeks of rental. So it would be, like 36 times whatever, if you cancel in year 2. If you cancel in year 3, the cost goes down. If you cancel in year 4, you're only paying 10 weeks of rental. So you sort of have to buy out of the contract is basically what it is.
So it's the same, yeah, same difference. Okay, thank you. I agree. Okay, Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Goodlick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld. Yes. Trustee McClure.
Yes,
Trustee
Yes.
Rosati, Trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Keane.
Yes.
You,
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 10F. Do I have a motion?
I have a point of order on that. At the January meeting, I brought up some things about personnel, and Carolyn, you told me, I quote, "Personnel matters aren't discussed in open session," and actually that conversation should have been with the director as opposed to in public. So I think this should be moved to executive session.
And since we're having an executive session tonight, how long will it take? We can discuss it tonight.
Discuss what? An extension?
It's a personnel
It's a
matter,
personnel matter?
and it has a dollar sign.
It doesn't say anything about an extension.
We don't need to, this has already been approved.
Only for 3 months,
For 3
so,
months.
Right.
You're expecting it to go beyond 3 months. How much beyond 3 months?
but the point
Have
is,
you discussed it with Rich? And how much is he willing to accept?
The point is,
You know what, that conversation
is
is a
personnel
conversation for the
matters.
director. She handles personnel. She put it on the agenda And you would like not, that it not be on the agenda?
I think it should be in executive session. If we bring anything up
Let's just-
related to personnel, you
Pardon me?
always say it's for executive session.
Let's just talk about it upstairs, then let's move on. It's getting ridiculous.
Well, you need to keep that in mind when you keep interrupting.
No, it's a
That's
point
why
of order.
it's
That's
time.
not an interruption. And if you're not going to accept that, then I appeal the decision of the chair.
And then it stops.
And she doesn't know what that means.
Excuse me?
That means it stops.
Wow, how rude.
How factual,
Unbelievable.
because you wouldn't listen to her when she was trying to explain it.
Oh,
Oh my God,
Okay.
yourself, woman.
Just,
You want to just move on to G?
yes.
Yes, please.
So what are we doing with F? Are we just going to bring it into executive? I mean, we're going to just pass it up? I mean,
Executive session.
Executive session.
we already had a motion, so we have to make a decision here. So we are going to.
I don't think anyone made the
There was
motion.
no
Nobody made the
motion.
motion. I called it
Oh, you
before the motion was
interrupted while I
made.
was speaking. You're right.
Yes.
Okay.
There was no motion.
So-
We request
Yeah.
goes to
So we'll
executive
just-
session.
I don't know if we can do it tonight. I don't know if it's included in the wording of tonight's
Exactly. So
executive
I guess
session.
it'll just have to wait till next month.
Yeah.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is 10G, move to approve the Flex landscaping proposal for 2022, a total of $3,650, and 2023, a total of $3,800, with additional items listed at an extra cost.
So moved.
Thank you.
If I could just make a comment here that this is the original contract that Susan signed. We have asked them for a contract that is just matches the motion that you read, and it will not have a signature on it. And so it would be a blank contract with the date, my name instead of Dave's. All the other terms are the same. And then I would sign it.
Okay.
But this is for reference, just so you have a point.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Okay, Trustee McCullough, any questions?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee
No.
Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keen?
No.
Margaret, could you please call the roll?
Trustee Gerlach?
Yes.
Cindy, just to reiterate, Susan Lemke's name will be eliminated from this contract.
Yeah, I'll sign a new contract. But I just wanted to clarify, this is, you read 2 years cost, but you're picking up 1 year?
I thought.
Oh,
we
what
would-
was your motion? I don't.
It was
think
for
she got
both
the
years.
motion. Oh, for both years.
Yes. Do you want a copy of what I read? Because it's
Yeah.
different? Sure, I'll give it to you.
Actually, can you reread that for me before I vote on it?
Surely.
please?
Here, thank you.
Second. Okay, move to approve monthly, oh, sorry, wrong one. There's so many in your time.
This G.
Move, oh, gosh. Hold on, I'm sorry, my papers are all confused.
I have a question.
Here it is, move to approve the Flex landscaping proposal for 2022, a total of $3,650, and 2023, a total of $3,800, with additional items listed at an extra cost.
So is this an amendment to the movement? Because it's not on the agenda that way. So either you
It's
have,
not an amendment, it's written correctly. It's the actual breakdown of the amounts that are on that piece
Okay.
of paper.
but it's not on the agenda that way. So we have to vote what's on the agenda, or you have to make an amendment to that.
Or I can read it as I did and it's accepted.
No,
No.
That's not
We
right.
have a
I've done
lawyer
it.
in the audience, ask her. But usually when it's on the agenda, it either has to go that way, or like was said, you have to make an amendment.
I mean, I could have just said, I'm going to change D. I move to not approve a tax abatement, and we could have voted on that.
Okay, so if you'd like a friendly amendment, I would like to amend 10G to approve the Flex landscaping proposal for $2,022, a total of $3,650, and 2023, a total of $3,800, with additional items listed at an extra cost. Do I have a movement?
So moved.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Trustee Makula,
No discussion.
trustee Schoenfeld,
No.
trustee Rosansky,
No.
trustee Olson,
No.
trustee Keen.
No.
Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Can I just double check? Joe, moved, Susan seconded?
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Dribbling,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky? Yes. Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Okay, next item. Do I have a,
So in the, excuse me, in the minutes, then it'll say for F that it was tabled to next month.
for which?
F. F,
The one that we wanted to put in executive session, because
Well, we didn't table it, so we should table it,
Right.
since we moved past it without making any movement.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll, that, and what was that number again? That's 810E?
10F.
10F?
10F.
And can we have that in executive session next month? Since we have an executive session every month, we might as well put that in it.
Okay, do I have a motion to table to approve monthly compensation in the amount of $4,000 to Richard Wozniczka until a facility service supervisor is hired?
Motion.
Was that Patty?
Diane?
Yes.
Diane, thank you. Okay. Trustee Makula, any questions?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Rosansky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
Not at this time.
Trustee Keen?
Yeah, by tabling this, does that mean we will have an executive session with this in it next month?
Yes.
Okay, yes. That's on the record. Thank you.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Dribbling,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Okay, next item on the agenda. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or the representatives of deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees?
So moved.
Second. Me too.
Can we have to?
Yeah.
Carolyn?
I'm going to take a roll.
Please. I'm sorry.
Trustee Dribbling,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
6-0 passes. And the time, Carolyn, is?
10:09.
You keep that.
Thank you.
No, I don't need it back.
Move to return to open session at 12:18 a.m.
Motion.
Thank you. Cindy, would you call the roll?
Okay, so,
I motion.
And Susan? Good, sorry.
Seconded.
trustee Derblick.
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld. Trustee McCullough.
Here.
Trustee Rosansky.
Here.
Trustee Olson.
Here.
Trustee Keen.
Here. Okay, the next item on the agenda, number 13, is other. Trustee McCullough, do you have any comments?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No. Yes.
Trustee Rosansky.
To say I'm disappointed in our president doesn't begin to cover what I truly feel.
Excuse me,
I
Trustee
knew that
Rosansky,
you ran
excuse me,
again.
Trustee
This
Rosansky.
is where we can say
No,
whatever
you
we say.
cannot make comments about individual trustees, just be
Well, so
general.
Then our main officers, not including the vice president. When a particular board member ran and was put back on the board for being reelected, I had no choice. I ran. And so everybody who complained that I was running for a second term, that's why. Her lack of addressing the hiring issues, the lack of compromising when it comes to appointing a seventh board member or anything having to do with money, such as the budget, the levy, or the amount that is being spent on legal fees, is mind-boggling. The temporary hiring freeze is anything but a temporary hiring freeze. The not willingness to seriously address the strategic plan, all we can hope for is to one day have our other board members open and honestly, forget it, I can't say anymore. All I can hope for is that someday we will have compromise on this board and actually work together as a whole board. Good luck, because I don't see it coming soon.
Trustee Olson?
Excuse me. The only thing that I would like to see is on the next agenda, please, once again, I'm going to ask to lift a hiring freeze, make a motion, and put that on the next agenda. Also, of course, appointing another trustee is another thing that needs to be on the motion for next time. Thank you.
Trustee Keen?
You know what I do, but I'm going to pass because I don't have it up in front of me.
Okay, I have a couple comments regarding the lack of my lack of addressing the hiring freeze. We've all been on this board for the past several months, and I have repeatedly asked the library to provide information regarding the staffing problems in the particular departments that keep coming up. I was not given that information. It was not something that was being done. I finally have requested it because I'm demanding that I can't be hung out to dry because I don't have information to make the decision. So we are moving forward, but I have no control over when I get information, when I ask for it. It's just the way things go. So I can't take the responsibility for not making a decision if I was never given the information. And as far as the lack of compromising and hiring a new trustee, we had our last board meeting. You rejected my recommendations to move forward and you adjourned. Please let me know how you would like to proceed, and I would like to put it on the
If I
agenda.
could talk to what was
Next
done
item,
in
next
this-
item was legal fees. I cannot ascertain the cost of legal fees if the requests for information are multiplied like by 100, or they're just ongoing. It's a cost that we have to incur. If you think we need to find someone else to handle that, let's talk about it. If you don't want the attorney to handle it, what do you think, who do you think can handle it besides an attorney? Legal matters are legal matters, so there's not much you can take away from an attorney and not give to another attorney. There's still going to be a fee involved. And then the last thing was the strategic plan. Since we've been through COVID for 2 years, I think it's logical to realize we haven't completed the strategic plan. And once we get through this year and our budget, of course, we can talk about a strategic plan, because by then we should be able to get all the results of this last strategic plan, which supposedly is somewhere and available for us to read. I have no idea what we accomplished. So it's not like anyone's dragging their feet. What more could we do in the middle of a pandemic? But I'll continue to take the blame, but I'd love to collaborate if you would just start telling the truth.
There again, it's your version of the truth. Cindy, could you please give me a copy of anything she requests? Thank you.
Yes.
If there aren't any other questions?
Yeah, I'm ready
Did
now.
you find yours? Good.
Yeah. Actually wanted to go last because every
That's
meeting
fine.
you get to go last and you use your turn as a time to rebut what we have to say, and that's really not what it's for. So in response to your comments, I feel that they're just all excuses, and it's an argument that neither side is going to ever win. It's just going to keep on going. I'm going to start with something I think that I'm hoping that we can take a look at doing at our meetings. You know, there's been a lot of stuff going on in the community, like the anti-Semitic flyers that have been found in Niles and Park Ridge and Glenview, and stuff that was going on at Niles. Is there something outside the room?
No.
The stuff that's been going on at Niles West with the anti-racism things happening. I have found an article that was in the library journal this month on how to make an anti-hate statement for your library. So I made a copy for everyone, and I would ask that you read it before the next meeting so that maybe we can start discussing doing something like this for our library. And I noticed in the director's report, I think it was, that there is a, what's the name of the committee?
Anti-Racism Action Committee.
Yes, Anti-Racism Action Committee would be a great place for us to start collaborating and working on something like this for our library to make sure that everybody feels safe and welcome here.
Is there a reason they don't feel safe here? I'm not
Well,
aware of
yes,
it.
one reason would be that there's police at our meetings. They didn't feel safe then, but I mean, it's a
There aren't
general
any police
statement.
here.
It's a general statement of the state of the community and the suburbs that we're living in right now, where there's anti-Semitic papers being found all over. There was problems at Niles West. So if you read the article, it explains
I'm
very
aware of
well.
that.
If you read the article, it will explain very well why libraries use these types of things. And why they're
We
important.
would be working through the anti-racial committee, is that what you're saying? Or
I'm
are
saying
you
they might be a
suggesting
good
they do it?
partner. It's a good starting place.
Okay,
I think that if you read the article, it explains it much more. I don't have any other opportunities to bring this kind of thing up because we never have a chance to talk about anything except for in this other. So even though it's 12:30 at night, I still think it's important enough to bring up. So,
no, I'm agreeing, I agree.
I mean, we're all tired and want to go home, but this is the only chance I ever have to bring stuff up. So I'm bringing it up. For the record, I ask again that the topic of a new strategic plan be brought up. We need to find a company to do the community engagement part. I would also like to have the hiring freeze on the agenda. I would like to have hiring an assistant director on the agenda. And if we are going back to the boardroom anyway, then I would like to make sure that
what was on the agenda tonight gets to the executive session agenda, as well as compensation for other employees we have talked about in January specifically, who are doing extra duties that are not getting compensated for. Those are my requests for next month. I have some emails from the president that were never responded to. So I thought maybe since we're all here now, I can get a response in person. And since I have them here, they also probably are entered into the public record. So the most recent one was about a bill from Kleinthorpe and Jenkins. I had asked you.
Could you give me the date of the email and what you asked for?
I can give you the emails. Here you
No,
go.
I'd like to know the date since you want to make this a public
The date's
announcement.
right here. Have a copy.
No, I don't want, I want you to tell me the
Sure.
date. I don't want to read anymore. I read them already.
So yeah, and the last one was from, I sent it originally on March 7th, asking for the emails from Kleinthorpe and Jenkins. And you
No,
said,
can you read the email?
Absolutely.
Read the email
Let
from
me
the
read it
beginning.
all for you.
Read the
Carolyn,
email from the beginning.
I have questions on the KTJ bill. I can ask Dennis Walsh and have him charge us more money, but I thought maybe you'd like to save some money. There is an entry for January 11th regarding public comment policy. On January 18th, there's an entry for analyze and prepare opinion regarding public comment. And on January 26th, regarding vacancy requirements. I'd like to see Dennis's emails on these topics. I think at the last meeting, you told us to check with the lawyer on some things. It seems more fiscally responsible to communicate ourselves. I look forward to your answers, Becky Keene. That was on March 7th. You replied on March 11th, Becky, I will gladly answer your questions. Just email them to me. I responded to you on the same day saying, I asked you for what I wanted in the first email. If you read it again, you'll see that I'd like to see Dennis's emails on these topics. If you don't know which topics I'm referring to again, go back and reference the first email. I shouldn't have to reiterate myself via email every month. That is what I'm asking for, and I'd like it before Tuesday. Thanks.
Okay, I'd like to respond before you go further.
That's it.
You said you had questions, and I asked you to send me your questions.
Mhm.
Then you asked for copies of the emails, the communication between me and the attorney. Okay,
That's what it says.
that's privileged information, and unless we have some sort of, what is it called? I can't think of it, I'm so tired. Unless we have a policy that says that confidential privileged information between a trustee and attorney should be given to someone else, it can't happen. That's why I asked for your questions. And I know
Yes.
it's hard for you to understand this, but when
Rich, go
I
ahead.
answer a question once and you send me another email, I don't really see the reason to repeat.
That is in fact privileged information. So you're asking for something she doesn't have to give to you.
Do you need something? Okay, all right. Talk quickly? Okay, thank you. Good, is there something?
No,
else?
I would expect responses to my other meals in the future, much sooner than later. And if I only have 1 minute left, I would like to let the public know that last week there was a hearing on my case with Zelezny, Shapansky, and Makula, where Mr. Makula attended the Zoom meeting and asked for a temporary restraining order on me so that I would immediately be removed from the board, thereby not being able to vote against the abatement this week. Not very sneaky. It was denied. Do I still have time, Rich, or are we done? All right.
Okay, and do I have a motion to adjourn?
I
the
move to
meeting
adjourn.
At
We all adjourn.
12:32.
Yes.
Say aye.
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 Thank you, Rich.